Good morning. I'd like to call this July 18th, 2024 School Board Retreat to order for Goochland County Public Schools. Thank you all for being here. And to begin by observing a moment of silence. Thank you. I did not see the colors, so I'm doing my best here. If you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We improvise. Wonderful. Board members, you have before you the proposed agenda for today's session. I'll entertain a motion.
I said move to approve the agenda.
Second. Wonderful. It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Wonderful. We will adopt the agenda that was shared with our community. We have a lot to cover this morning. Just as a matter of a few logistics, please take breaks as you need. Facilities are outside in the hallway. We will have a break at 11:30 for lunch. If you haven't noticed, Wi-Fi information is on the board there. And I want to let you know that while this is a formal meeting of the board, this is, quite frankly, an opportunity for us to have more dialogue, more conversation, more input versus conducting business that is part of our regular meeting cadence. So there's no Madam Chair, man the floor, no. Like lean in, share your perspectives, know that today is a great day for us to engage. With that, are there any questions before we get started? Okay, while it's not on the agenda, I am going to propose we do a round of introductions. This is a relatively new board. We have new members of the team as well. So I would love it if everyone should quickly go around the room, say your name and just what your role is with the school division. So no pressure. Mr. Mason, I'll start with you.
I'm sitting over there, so. Okay. Matthew Mason, proud principal, Goochland Middle School.
You're the closest school board District 1.
Ellen Robinson, School Board District 5.
Liz Pointer, one of the assistant principals at Goochland.
Jean Marie Hudak, assistant principal at Goochland High School.
Michael Cromartie, division superintendent.
Matt Paladicea, director of instructional education.
Melissa Reams, principal at Randolph Elementary.
Kristen East, I don't even remember what my title is anymore, just got back from vacation. Division Coordinator of Student Programming.
Jen Wagner, assistant superintendent of administration.
Bruce Watson, director of career and technical education.
Tina McKay, principal of the new Goochland Elementary School, and I am live as an adult right now and professional, and because I'm so excited I can run.
Steve Geyer, assistant superintendent of instruction.
Angela Allen, School Board, District 3.
Michelle Maxwell, School Board District 4. And Mercy District, School Board District 2.
Peter Martin, director of technology.
Debbie White,
Chief Financial Officer.
Andy Milo, principal of Bird Elementary School.
Diane Bennett, school clerk.
Wonderful, and these are members of our community. Good morning. I apologize, our backs to you. That's not ideal, but thank you for being here today, and we look forward to maybe informally connecting with you over lunch. Wonderful. Thank you all so much. The first information item we have, I believe, is yours, Dr. Cromartie. It has to do with, maybe it's yours, Dr. Geyer, academic goal setting.
I'll tee him up.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. One of the most important things we take on each year is setting our academic agenda for the upcoming school year. Dr. Geyer is going to talk us through our past success, as well as some standards that are going to be evolving across the state over the course of the next year, and what that might mean for our total academic picture. So with that, I will yield to Dr. Guy.
Thank you, Dr. Cromartie, and Madam Chair, I'm going to take you up on shedding the formality.
Please do.
All right.
So much overkill.
So, really what I'm hoping to do this morning is just to provide some context to set the stage for discussion. Really going to be a brief presentation to get everybody on the same page, grease the wheels a little bit again, and provide some context for direction, input from the board, and discussion from the larger group. And so academic goal setting obviously is the topic. The kind of 4 steps I'll cover quickly is I do want to talk about the annual practices related to academic goal setting. We do a lot of academic goal setting on an annual basis. I want to talk about what form that comes in and how that may continue or may change based on input this morning. And then some considerations and context specifically related to what's happening in the state of Virginia right now related to standards revisions and assessment revisions, and we'll talk about that. I think that's an important piece to the achievement side of the conversation. Obviously talk a little bit too about the growth side of academic goal setting, and the board obviously is well aware of the difference between the two, but we'll talk a little bit about what those indicators are and potentially some goals to set. And then feedback from the larger group, and that's really going to be the bulk of our time on this item this morning. So how do we establish academic goals annually? There's lots of folks in the room that can provide input on this at the school level, the division level. Every year, schools develop school improvement plans and do their own set of academic goal setting within the context of their school. And obviously that differs from elementary to middle to high, and even within our elementary schools, it differs among the 3, depending on past success, opportunities for improvement. But that happens on an annual basis. Departments within schools, grade level teams within schools set their own annual goals that obviously support up the school improvement plans. That happens on an annual basis. And then as everybody on the school side can attest to, we all are held accountable from our own performance evaluation on an annual basis to academic goal setting. So there's a piece of that involved as well. That obviously may not be as public facing as some of these other examples. But suffice it to say, lots of goal setting every year that happens within the school. We talked a lot about this. 2 very different ways to measure student outcomes. The growth, I think of them in terms of what goes in the achievement bucket, what goes in the growth bucket. Sometimes there's some crossover, but generally they're pretty separate and apart from one another, but obviously influence one another. So I think as we get into this conversation, we need to be really conscious of what fits into that growth bucket and what fits into that achievement bucket. So some considerations, just possibilities for topics to discuss today in relation to setting goals for the upcoming academic year. MAP results, we talked a lot about our individual student growth measures related to, and we measure those using the MAP assessment, both in reading and math. And those are obviously kind of the 2 foundational core academic areas. So MAP is always a great place to start when we talk about setting goals, and that really supports the school division's vision and mission to make sure that we are maximizing the potential of every learner. And in order to do that, we have to know the progress that each individual student makes. And so MAP is potentially a big piece of that. From an achievement standpoint, the easiest place to look, because it's consistent across the state of Virginia, are the state SOL tests. And what I do want to dig in on for just a few minutes this morning is the difference between looking at straight pass rates and looking potentially at the delta, the difference between Goochland's pass rates and state average pass rates, and the potential that plays in mitigating what I'll talk about in a minute about the revisions to the state standards and how that may impact scores for the next couple of years, and we'll talk about some of the history related to that in just a minute. But again, thinking about setting straight pass rate goals versus setting goals related to what's the distance between our pass rates in Goochland and the state average. Graduation rate is another potential topic to discuss in terms of goal setting. The board's well aware, I'm sure the public's well aware. Goochland High School graduates students historically over the last 10 years or so at 95+%. looking at preliminarily, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves and not finalize, but somewhere between 97 and 98% this year, which is a tribute to Houston High School, but it's also a tribute to everything that happens preschool through 12th grade in our school division. So that's another possibility. And then the last bullet, other, as educators and school board members know, there's a whole myriad of options. There are assessments at every academic level that maybe don't get captured in that MAP assessment, the SOL state test population, and there may be other things we want to discuss about academic goal setting. So sky's the limit, and we can talk about what that might look like. Just a reminder for the board and for the public, here are our longitudinal results related to the MAP assessment. We look at that 50% because it's a nationally normed assessment as the national average, and you can see the last, so for the 2022-23 academic year, which is the last data we reported out on, our students were meeting their growth goals or exceeding their growth goals at 64% in reading, 62% in math, which are 14 percentage points and 12 percentage points respectively above the national average. So just some context, and I'll pass out once I finish up here some hard copies. I can leave some of these slides up here for context as we get into discussion about what we might want to potentially set as goals. So MAP, nationally normed, right? That's every year it's nationally normed, so there really isn't the same kind of context that I'm going to talk about with state SOL tests, because the national norming process accounts for that. So if we want to potentially set a goal related to X percent above the national average, we know the national average is always going to be 50%, and so there isn't necessarily context to consider related to historical pass rates like there is with state SOL tests. We'll talk about that in a minute. So that one I think is kind of easier and cleaner in terms of context. Obviously you see in the line graph there the tremendous dip in the first time in the history of us using the MAP assessment that we fell below the national average was the year coming out of the pandemic. And I've talked extensively about that, and as well as the rebound that we've experienced the last few years since then. So as I said, the two areas that are tested in MAP are reading and math. That is our delta between our students meeting or exceeding their growth goals compared to national averages. And there is the same data point over the last 10 years. And so again, we can look at discussion around, well, how did we do last year, and how do we want to set a goal related to how we did last year. There's also the broader context to say, how have we done historically over the last 10 years, and potentially setting a goal related to how we've done over the last 10 years. So those two data points are there. Again, I'll pass out hard copies so folks have that for reference during discussion in just a few minutes. And then the same kind of approach to look at that data related to SOL pass rates. Again, these are achievement tests. We just finished talking about growth measures. These are achievement tests. 2022-23 school year, our pass rates in reading were 80. Our pass rate in reading for the division was 80%. Math was 80%. History 79%, and science 71%. How those relate to the Virginia average for that same academic year, we were 7 percentage points over the state average in reading, 11 percentage points over the state average in math, 14 percentage points in history, and 4 percentage points in science. And then here, look at a 15-year average of that same data historically over the last 15 years. Houston has been about 6 percentage points above in reading, about 5 percentage points in math, 5.5 in history, and about 4 percentage points in science. So again, goal setting in the short-term context, looking at the last academic year versus looking historically at 10, or in this case, 15-year average. So that's the achievement side. Again, kind of an easy place to start the conversation related to achievement. But the thing I really wanted to spend a few minutes and talk about is the fact that there's always context. And so, as everybody in the room, I'm sure, is aware, we are going through really an unprecedented, this is year 27 for me in education. This is the first time, and you all that have done this longer, looking at you, Mr. Watson, can correct me if I'm wrong. That I don't think we've ever been faced and this isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's just the first time I can remember where math standards and reading standards changed at the same time, and I'll talk in a minute. They crunched, which historically the approved revision year, what we call the crosswalk year, the state has squished those into 1 year. It's always been 2 years, it's 1 year. And so our students and teachers will face new assessments this spring. And it's the first time I can remember math and reading happening at the same time. Typically they're staggered by 3 or 4 years, and you kind of can get prepared for each one in its own time, but they're happening all at the same time. We knew it was coming and we're prepared for it, but it's also important to look at historically what's happened in the state of Virginia when that same revision cycle has happened in the past. So the closest comparison in reading, what I'm going to show you here is typically in the state of Virginia, you can think of it in terms of a 7-year cycle. So usually every 7 years in Virginia, standards are revisited, they're refreshed, they're typically made more rigorous. And then after that process happens, a year or 2 later, the tests, the state test, the SOL test, reflect the new standards. And what you see historically across the state of Virginia is a dip in scores. And then after folks kind of get accustomed to the new level of rigor, classroom practices prepare kids better for the more rigorous tests, you start to see a steady climb again. And so here, what I've captured is a typical 7-year cycle. I've chosen, for in the case of reading, 2009 to 2015 as the 7-year cycle because it gets us away from the pandemic, right? The last time that the reading standards changed to really bump the rigor up, which is what's happening this time around. Same with math. And so in the state of Virginia, here are the pass rates for reading over that 7-year period from 2009 to 2015. And so that gives you, again, that's the whole notion of there's context behind this. If you look at year 4, right, is the last year that the old standards were assessed, which is what that crosswalk year indicates. And you set a goal based on, well, the state of Virginia was passing the reading test at 89%, let's set a goal at 92%. Well, then the standards changed, the assessments changed, and 92% isn't a realistic goal, obviously based on historical context. So here's what happened in the state of Virginia in reading during the last time standards were revised to really ratchet up the rigor. And here are our scores in Goochland over that same time period in the same academic area. And so what you can see is Goochland historically follows the same trend line that the state of Virginia follows, and historically by a margin of 6 or 7 percentage points above that state average. And so you can see from year 4 to year 5, when the new standards were tested for students, the state pass rates dropped 13%, Goochland's pass rates dropped 12%. So that's reading. The same context in math. Over that 7-year period, the years are a little bit different. That's what happened with Virginia average pass rates. You can see an 18% drop from the crosswalk year, which was the last year the old standards were tested versus the first year of the new standards being tested. And there are our pass rates for that same time period. So the case obviously that I'm making is context is important, and maybe a place to look is essentially the white space between the blue line and the red line, right? What is our delta from year to year compared to the state average? And as the board remembers, what I've done, and Ms. Allen remembers for the last several years, what I've done in addition to providing pass rates at the annual kind of October data presentation that everybody I know looks forward to so much, because it's an hour and a half of talking about data, is that I've showed the deltas in kind of a heat map format from year to year, and I'll show that in just a minute. And again, I think based on what's happening in the state of Virginia, it may be part of the discussion this morning. And so I want to focus on that highlighted year there, which is the year that the new standards are tested. So for context, for where we're headed, 2024-25, the upcoming school year, is that year in the state of Virginia for both reading and for math. And again, in my 27 years, it's never been the same year for reading and math ever. So big year, which obviously the board is well aware of VLA discussion and the resources discussion to make sure teachers have resources that are aligned with state standards and have what they need to prepare students for success. So that is the year coming up. And again, I want to emphasize kind of another difference that's happening that's presenting some challenges. So in the areas of reading and math, we typically have an academic year where the new standards are approved, and then the following year is the crosswalk year, which means you're kind of teaching the old standards and you're teaching the new standards, even though students are tested on the old standards. One more year, that's that middle column. And then the highlighted yellow column is old standards are completely done, you're teaching only the new standards, and that's what students will be tested on. So, new standards were approved in reading and math during this past academic year, 23-24 school year. Board approved standards in both reading and math this past year. The board also said, this is the state board, not the local educational board, the state board of education said, that's also the crosswalk year. So generally, they were approved one academic year, the crosswalk year is the next year, and then the third year, those new standards are tested. Those were combined into 1 year this year. So that is a huge difference, again, based on what I think all of us in education are accustomed to. And the new state standards will be tested next year. So again, one of the considerations for discussion this morning is this a better way to think about potentially goal setting? And we're really proud of the data here because what you see, and obviously there's some color coding happening there, this really represents the distance between Goochland County Public Schools pass rates and the state of Virginia's pass rates. And when you look at the 2022-23 school year, and I'll obviously be presenting the 23-24 data this fall, you see a lot of dark green. And so regardless of ebbs and flows across the state, we typically hover above the state averages, and you can see that white space I talked about before, that gap between our pass rates and state pass rates over the last year. We'll see when all the dust settles about this past academic year, that's increased. And so we see a delta that is above at least the 22-23 school year historical averages. So again, for consideration, potentially that delta is maybe where the discussion is related to achievement. And then, as I mentioned before, the public and everyone in the room is certainly aware of the graduation rates for the school division, and we've hovered at 97-ish% for the last several years, which is something to be really, really proud of. And can't emphasize enough how important it is for our students to graduate from high school, to have an opportunity for success after high school, whenever they choose to pursue. And so, again, we'll report the 24 graduation rate in the fall presentation, but I can tell you that it's going to be somewhere really close to what we've seen here in the last few years. So those are graduation rates historically over the last 15-ish years. And that's really all I wanted to set the stage for discussion. And with that, if Madam Chair, Dr. Camardi, if you all are okay with it, I'll take my seat and we can just have discussion.
Cool.
Sound good?
Thank you, Don.
Yep.
Who wants to dive in first?
What year did the history standards change? It was in the last couple of years.
It was, I believe it was.
So I was just.
It was just
in the
before
chart
COVID, it might have been 19.
that showed all the growth. I was just noticing the history standards and the growth, the market
Yes.
growth towards the last couple of years. So
Yes.
that focus on history has improved.
It has. Yeah, the test, the requirements for the assessment have changed dramatically too. They've removed some of the history tests, and we also are allowed to use, divisions are allowed to use localized performance assessments versus the typical state tests in some areas, not in all areas.
And that blank spot was when 2020
We didn't take those tests. Yeah. And I may have called it here, the copies that I promised are on the copy machine. So I can pop them back up on the screen. I have one set of hard copies. I'll give those to the chair, and I apologize, but I'm happy to just stand up here.
Did that get attached to the?
Yeah.
But I'll go back to any slide. I'll just stay up here and go back to any slides that folks want to reference.
Can I get you to go back to the math growth results at the beginning?
Get your slides. And got that, that's okay. So when you say growth results, does that mean that at the beginning of the year, someone tests, and let's say they're in third grade, 3 months? At the end of the year, they're in third grade, 9 months. Okay, so that's a 6-month growth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If I can remember what
Yeah,
it says.
yeah.
Okay. Now that's based, the national average, what is the national average?
So it's a great question, and this is super complicated because there's all kinds of statistics behind it. But essentially, what you described is how the national norming process works. So every student that takes a math assessment in the fall is given their own individual growth goal based on historical trends for students that are like that student in terms of their academic trajectory. And so, to use your example, if they're at third grade in 3 months, and then MAP says, based on all the statistics that we've taken over the years, that student at the end of third grade should be at third grade in 10 months, then it sets that goal based on their fall assessment, and that student either meets or doesn't meet that growth projection. And that happens for every single test taker across the country. And essentially, those goals are set, and then the results say 50% of students are going to meet that goal, and 50% of students are going to fall short of that goal. And that's the norming process,
Okay,
but it's different for every student.
This doesn't take into account what their actual grade level is at all.
Correct.
Okay.
It takes into account because it's part of deciding where they should be at the end of the year. But to your point, if a third grader is functioning at a second grade level, then it might say that student should be at third grade 1 month at the end of a full third grade year, if that makes sense.
Right.
And so it does the same thing for students that are on grade level, below grade level, above grade level, which is part of the benefit of a math assessment that achievement tests generally don't do. It's the same standard for everyone.
Right, okay. And now with the, that's all pass rates.
Mhm.
Really, there's it's a 7-year cycle. Okay. They really dropped at when the new test came in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's, I guess, wrong. But is that because, okay, let me ask you another question first. Is the same test given for those six years?
Prior to the change in the, yes, ma'am.
Exactly the same test?
No, not exactly the same test, but exactly tested on exactly the same standards.
Okay.
So mix of questions.
So it's not teach you to the test and then you get a new test and it drops?
Correct,
Okay.
great question, yeah.
Okay.
So, and I will say, based on when standards are revised to increase rigor, which is generally what happens. So the standards, the tests came in the late 90s, and they've been improved. And so what's happening in the state of Virginia is an increase in rigor, which is ultimately going to be great for kids. But there's going to be, it's kind of like, to use an athletic analogy, it's kind of like moving the goalpost. The goalpost has always been here, well, now we're going to move the goalpost a little bit. And that's great, but it takes some time for the right resources to be in place, for classroom practices, design and delivery instruction to change to account for that increased rigor. And again, that's the trend lines that I showed before. That's right. That's evident.
Right.
That's evident that when it happens, and I can tell you that it's every single time the assessments are revised, there's a drop in score. Sometimes it's more dramatic than this, sometimes it's less, but there's a drop, and then you typically see a slow creep up back to kind of really strong results, whether it's in the state of Virginia or Goochland, because folks are getting accustomed to the new standards, what's expected of students.
And you didn't mention any of this, but I'm just going to throw it out. The accreditation standards are changing.
Yes.
How's that going to affect us?
So a lot there. We're still not, it's not abundantly clear yet exactly what they're going to look like. But the same kind of thing where the standards are revised on a regular basis, the accreditation framework in the state of Virginia is revised, frankly, on probably a more frequent basis. And so there's been years where growth is counted as a part of it. There's been years where growth isn't counted at all. It's all based on achievement. There's been years where it's straight pass rates. There's been years where it looks at student subgroups, certain demographics. And so school divisions have to stay up on what the latest model is. Yes, ma'am. And we're in the same, so we're going to be held accountable to the same accreditation system for one more year, at the end of last year's results, and then we will see a change in the accreditation system for the following year.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Clarifying, so we're at this point now, this company will be our new state standards testing.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's where we'll be in reading and math this year. So that the new standards, the crosswalk year, which again is kind of 1 foot in old standards, 1 foot in new standards, that was last year in reading and math. And the new assessments for reading and math will be this coming.
So then we're anticipating this year to be downward then?
This coming spring.
Yes.
Yes, based on historical trends, I imagine it will be.
And because of the other factor that the crosswalk year and the new standards coming out are.
I think that exacerbates the situation for everybody. So yes, you all know I'm an optimist. We're in great shape. Folks are going to be ready, but I imagine just based on historical trends that we're going to see a bit of scores in that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, I have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you have other
Mhm.
on your bullet. This one's for you, Mr. Watson. The state focuses on reading, math, history, and science. We don't talk about aptitude. We don't talk about career or workforce readiness. We don't talk about birth age benchmarks. We talk about things that we were talking about 100 years ago, which I am not saying are unimportant, but I do not think that they are all encompassing for the diversity of skills and potential that individual students have. When I look at some of these graphs, I struggle with is our goal to have 90% pass rate, or is our goal to make sure that every student is prepared for life after high school? And I don't believe 90% pass rate on an SOL equates to preparedness after high school. I believe it can be an indicator, but I believe it's one of many indicators. And so where I'm going with this is when I see the data for just very competitive, the state average, the state benchmark is not a measure of success for Richland. I love that we're well above that, but I don't put a lot of stock in it. The other thing is, I hear you say that the new standards are more rigorous, but yet we continue to look around the world, and not picking on Virginia, but the United States is grossly outpaced in mathematics and science, STEM fields. Germany, Sweden, Japan, like the list goes on. And so maybe I should be giving this conversation to the VDOE and not to you, Dr. Geyer, but I think we're still falling short. I think we're still not creating enough. I want every kid to know they can do the impossible. Not just pass the SOL. That's table stakes. I want them to know they can be the next astrophysicist if that was so their dream. And so how do we create a culture that doesn't aspire to meet state standards with accreditation? Again, that's the floor. How do we get them to reach for the stars?
Yeah, happy to respond.
I would love your
Yeah.
perspective.
So I think our school division does that. And a couple things that I'll point to. One is the programming that the board supports is incredibly diverse with a lot of breadth and a lot of depth, so that every student has something more than likely that they are excited and energized to pursue, especially when they get into middle school and high school in terms of programming. So that's one place. Another place that I would point is our profile of Gushing graduate, which the board obviously is familiar with. That really emphasizes those higher level skills, those what are typically called soft skills or durable skills, which are much harder for tests to measure. But how do we make sure, to your point, that students, when they leave Houston High School, are prepared for success in whatever they choose? It probably has more to do with their ability to work hard, their ability to work well with others, their ability to communicate well, than it has to do with whether they remember the dates of a specific war, right? So the profile of the Lucian graduate, when we published that in 2018, really set the bar to say we want more than just our traditional academic readiness skills for our students. We want all these life skills to make sure that students are prepared for success after high school. And so I think that's alive and well in our classrooms, and we talk all the time as a leadership team and as an instructional team around that's what success looks like. Success looks like for our students being prepared for success after high school, not just passing an SLL test. And then I don't typically do this, but a plug for BDOE, I would say is the increase in rigor in state standards, where in the past the rigor might have been, we're taking what has historically been a 5th grade standard and now we're going to expect it of 4th graders, right? That was what I would say historically they would point to as increased rigor. What I'm seeing in the new standards is the increased rigor is really marrying the academic skills and the profile skills that I just mentioned, where students are expected to analyze, where students are expected to synthesize information. Higher level skills than just show me, regurgitate what you know. And so I do think that the state standards in Virginia are moving us toward more competitiveness with those higher level skills. And I think that's a really positive thing. On the flip side of that, it's all happening at once. And I think it's overwhelming in some respects. When we're, as educators in Virginia, we're used to the cadence that we're used to, and now all of a sudden it's reading and math both at the same time. The rigor isn't just taking a 4th grade skill and putting it in 3rd grade, saying, now you need to read this passage, analyze the text, make connections between information that you've read, as opposed to just telling us, you know this fact, or you know how to do this math problem. So in the end, as a dad, I'm excited about what's happening for kids. But it's gonna be bumpy, I think, the next couple of years to get where we need to be. But I do think the increased rigor, we use that too often. It's a different kind of increased rigor this go around in reading and math than what we've historically seen, which I think will put Virginia in more place.
Because of that training on our new reading series, that is gonna be coming to play this year too, with our teachers navigating that. And that's always a different challenge for teachers having to have a whole new set of materials to acclimate to. So there's some patience that needs to be there as they get used to it. And I don't doubt at all that our teachers will do a great job, but it will be a factor in getting the students ready. But I am excited just going to preview Open Court and seeing even a different curriculum that was put out, that the rigor and I think it's gonna be really a great thing for the teachers and the students. That they don't have to go out and find all these resources themselves. It's all there for them to plug into, so that's gonna be a good thing.
That's what it took that program, because it does do that, and the literacy act as well. It's huge. Can I ask another? I will ask another question. You're not gonna like this one. National standards continue to be lowered for students. How does the lowering of national standards impact the national norm in math?
It's a great question. So is that headline?
No, we all see it.
Oh,
I mean, like, I would argue that a kid that graduates in 1980 probably had profile of a Richland graduate, and I know we're working as a division to get back to that, probably had more readiness to be in the world than a kid that's graduating in 2020. And by the way, that is not wholly on the shoulders of the school division. Let me just put that out there. Moms and dads, grandmas and grandpas. Like, it takes a village, right? But head knowledge versus critical thinking skills and decision-making paradigms, right? we're getting back to incorporating that as part of preparedness. So that's kind of the mindset.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. I think that's why profile of a Virginia graduate got off the ground when it did, and then local school divisions either adopted that lock, stock, and barrel or created our own. In our case, we created our own.
Right, so there's no regionalization of the map data, I guess is where I'm going, because if you have other pockets across the country that may be lagging Virginia's high academic achievement, it's lowering the 50% bar.
It certainly could be. Yeah, so the map assessment is aligned to Common Core standards, which are more national standards. The benefit, I think, though, of reading and math is I think we can all agree that it's unique in that it's a vertical continuum that kind of goes on further, right? We're all probably better readers today than we were 10 years ago, than we were 20 years ago. Whereas like science, for example, the content is generally chunked by course. So physics content there's certainly some overlap, but physics content is different than biology content, is different than earth science content. So in that respect, math is aligned to Common Core. So even though it's not Virginia aligned, the skills associated with numeracy development and literacy development are pretty universal from birth to death.
Supposedly, if you want to go college track, you have to take algebra in 8th grade. Is this
Not necessarily.
no? But it's encouraged to take it in 8th grade.
I think that's student by student. Yeah.
It's generally that statement is generally what we hear in education for students that want to, for example, apply to governor's school where there aren't necessarily multiple on and off ramps. They will say to be competitive to potentially get in, you need to have taken algebra 1 in 8th grade. That's really the only context.
Where I'm going with that is, has the algebra been dumbed down from 9th grade to 8th grade?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
Just a question.
let me toss this in as something to think about when we think about rigor. Rigor doesn't necessarily mean unduly difficult. There's an applicability variable that goes into this, and Dr. Geyer used some good words a little bit ago when he was talking about synthesis. What are kids, as a result of being given this knowledge, now able to apply and do? How can this knowledge now be taken and utilized to solve a challenge of living? So I'll use an example from my own experience to go to the point that Ms. Zal made a bit ago about readiness. I could probably successfully quote you a lot of mathematical formulas today because I remember the formulas. But if you challenge this guy to apply those formulas to solve anything, we're all in some trouble this morning. So the argument could be made that that probably was an inadequate math or numeracy education. But I solely disagree with that. In that time, in that moment, when I was learning, and it really, you want to get at the heart of the difference between learning for applicability, long term, and learning for, well, basically remembering, which is shorter term. So I want to caution us when we talk about rigor, let's slide away from the notion that rigor means it's got to be so unduly difficult that it stretches students to a level of impossibility.
Absolutely.
And focus more on how can the learning that's being prescribed to young people be applied over the long haul, if that makes sense.
And I think the word, first of all, I love that example, and the word that I'm hearing is relevance.
Absolutely.
Because your natural gifts are in areas that are likely other than mathematics. By the way, I took lots of math, and I remember.
That's a good assessment.
you share that with me.
You noticed that.
But like I took geometry. I could no more frame this building than I can get us to the moon. Right? And that's okay because there are people with gifts in that area who can. So I go back to aptitude. Oh my God. Do we do aptitude testing for our students? I know that's a significant investment, but wouldn't it be great when they're in like middle school to figure out what their innate abilities are and to see if their innate abilities align with their interests and help them hone those two things?
Sort of like the old Myers-Briggs system.
It's
Well,
such a question.
the Army used to get one, the Navy used to get one.
Yeah.
state average is one thing, find the highest performing school division and tell me where they are.
Yeah,
Good. And you don't have to name them. We don't have to give them credit. I mean, but like, who are they? And what can we learn from them? And that shows you the delta.
I have two things I'm trying
Yes,
to remember
ma'am.
now.
Got it?
I don't think it's just the highest performing. I think we need to look at like divisions.
Right. We can do that too. Let's put
Let's
4
do
lines
both.
on your graph,
Okay.
Dr. Geyer. 4 lines.
My other thing is, all this spring, I've been thinking that the deck has just been completely reshuffled. In my school, because we're adding kids from the other 2 schools as well. The reading and math standards are changing. It's like the deck is just, this is a whole new world.
Yeah, but you know those Bird kids are super smart. Can I get an amen? Andy?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I went to Bird. I had to get a shot.
The deck, and I'm just picturing the deck of cards just completely.
I will look forward, and you can do this too. You can pull out original cohort versus new. Yeah. I will look forward to the compare and contrast on that data. We're gonna have so much fun with the data. Okay, I've loved this conversation, and Dr. Camardi and I were preparing on the agenda with input from the rest of the board, and I said to him, we got to keep the first thing first.
Yep.
And the first thing, the whole reason we're here is for the benefit of educating students. So I wanted to make sure we began our day while we were all hopefully fresh on academics. I also think this dovetails, and I made some notes, Dr. Geyer. I can't help, and you don't have to show the slides again, I can't help but look at some of those trend lines, particularly when you do the 7-year look back on some of the testing changes, and talk about the advent of smartphones and social media. We can keep COVID out there for the next 7-year window, and that's a thing that none of us can control. So, but you know what we can control in our buildings? Cell phones and social media. So, topic number 2 for the day is the student cell
Transition
phone
material.
policy. Who is in the hot seat for this one? Woo! Before you begin, Ms. Hudak, I have a request for a 5-minute recess so that folks cannot miss this important conversation. So we will let you kick off at 10:02. Thank you. Let's talk about what's going on with our cell phones.
All right, well, first of all, we wanted to say thank you for having us today. We were prepared to do all the formal stuff, but instead I'll just say thank you for having us. We know Mr. Hahn would love to be here, but he is lounging on the beach somewhere, so we have decided to stand in for him and talk about our GHS cell phone policy and procedure proposal for the upcoming school year.
So we want to start first by just reviewing and refreshing our memory on current policy. So first, JFCR states that students in grades 9 through 12, so specific to the high school, devices must be silenced and put away during all instructional periods. Wearable devices must be silenced and are not permitted to be used for communication during all instructional periods. We're really not proposing any change to this policy. It's going to stay the same. We're just proposing a change in the procedure and how we enforce the policy at Goochland High School. The second component of the policy is JFCR2, and that's the infraction policy for use of cell phones, mobile devices, and wearable devices. And currently at Goochland High School, the first offense, the teacher contacts the parent, the student receives a warning. At the second offense, the teacher contacts the parent and also submits a referral to administration, and the student receives 1 block of what we call TOP, which is essentially a detention for that specific class block. And from there, the class removal escalates. If there's a third offense, it's 1 day of in-school suspension. A fourth offense is 3 days of in-school suspension until it moves to out-of-school suspension. We are proposing a change to this piece of the policy. We're looking to move away from class removal as a consequence and move more towards confiscation of the actual cell phone if there's a violation.
So we're going to start with the why. We realize and understand and recognize the distraction that very often that our cell phones, our smartphones can make. This past year, we had a group of teachers who had a professional learning community to discuss cell phones very specifically. At the end of their work this year, they actually sent out a survey to all of our teachers, and we got quite a bit of response back. And we found from our teachers, a pretty significant majority of those teachers did believe that cell phones were still a distraction to student engagement, and also that they found that the enforcement of the current procedures was cumbersome and difficult, and so we really felt like we needed to make a change to that portion, hoping that it will be more effective for our students and increase student engagement in the classroom.
Some additional perspectives and pieces of information that we considered, of course, the most recent executive order from Governor Youngkin titled Establishing Cell Phone Free Education to Support the Health and Safety of Virginia's K-12 Students. Clearly, this is a statewide effort to reduce cell phone usage during instruction, so we feel like we're hopefully getting ahead of that. Additionally, we looked at some student data. We deliver a survey to students called the Sense of Belonging Survey. And one of the questions, it was a free response question that we asked students, was what is the biggest thing that gets in the way of people at this school getting along with each other better? And a very frequent response to that question, somewhere in it, was social media. And we know that students most frequently access social media on their smartphones. And then just anecdotally, in our admin conversations with students, disciplinary conversations where we're talking with students about student conflict and the root of the conflict, we find very, very often that the use of the cell phone is a catalyst to that student conflict and is really kind of some of the root of where the conflict stems.
So here's our proposed process. Again, moving away from the student removal from class and instead confiscation of that phone. So as students enter the classroom, we are envisioning this lockbox device. You can see a picture of it up here, where students will come in, they'll place their phones in that lockbox. The box will be locked during class time and will only be opened if a student has an early dismissal and will be leaving for the day. At the end of the class, the students will then pick up their phones, and then this process will be followed in all classes, all instructional periods, including our Bulldog block, which is sort of like our study hall, towards the middle or end of the day there as well. And students will be permitted to use phones during lunch and transition between classes. We sort of feel this is an appropriate, age appropriate for our teenagers at the high school to have that sort of autonomy.
So again, just emphasizing some of our rationale here. First, we think just in case of an emergency situation, still keeping the students' phones in the classroom in that lockbox allows for the phones in case there were an emergency. They're still in the same classroom that the student is physically located. And again, as Ms. Hudak mentioned, we feel that this is age appropriate. It's giving students that autonomy during lunches and transition period. And then even more more importantly, I think it allows for that communication with parents beyond emergencies, but missed lunches, changes in pickup time. It'll allow for students to have that brief communication in between classes and during lunch if they need to do so.
So here's our proposed policy update for consequences for students who break the cell phone policy, and this would need to be a change to JFC R2, which talks about those consequences. And again, we're really moving away from this idea of removing the student from class, because we hear from students and parents and teachers alike that really, if our goal is student engagement in the lesson, and we know that our cell phones are keeping students from engaging in the lesson, why would we have a consequence that then removes them from class again? So here's our proposal for updates to the JFC R2. With the first infraction, the phone would be confiscated by an administrator at the high school and kept in the office for the remainder of the day. We would lock it up in a similar lockbox like they have in the classrooms. And then at the end of the day, the student would be allowed to pick it up at 3:35 after that dismissal bell. On the second infraction, similar situation, administration would confiscate the phone from the student, put it in a lockbox in the office, but this time the parent would need to pick up the phone at the end of the day. On third and following consequences, we'd be doing very similar situations, confiscation of the phone in the moment, but we would also set up a plan where that student would then check in and check out their phone for the entirety of the day for a set amount of time. Could be 5 days, could be 10 days, that sort of situation. And of course, all of these things also would involve communication with parents, making sure that we're calling and keeping them informed on all these things as well.
And just some rationale for that and some additional thoughts. Of course, like Ms. Hudak mentioned, we really heard in that teacher survey we referenced at the beginning that teachers didn't want students to be missing class as a consequence, so we feel like this addresses that concern. We also feel like the consequences are really more of a deterrent to the use of the cell phone than what we have previously. Students are going to want to access the phone during transition and lunch, so we feel like this really deters the behavior more so than TOP or in-school suspension. Some additional kind of thoughts here too. We know that parents may be concerned about needing to speak with their child if there's an emergency at home. So we plan to tell parents to please contact the front office, and we'll make sure that they can get in touch with their child as soon as possible. And then finally, we do recognize that this is going to be a shift and a change, not just for our students, but for our teachers as well. So we plan to offer some suggestions, not just to minimize any disruption that this might occur in the instructional time, but really to help teachers maximize the instructional time while incorporating this into their plan. So things like putting the cell phone into the lockbox as part of your bell ringer and as part of your exit ticket to make sure that we're still utilizing the full instructional block as well.
So we'd just like to thank you for your time today and consideration of some of these changes in procedure at GHS.
Fantastic. Mr. Mason, do you have anything you want to share from GMS, or are you dovetailing
I
on
have a
theirs?
slide, but it's not so much different than what they have out there. So
Let's get all of the input. By the way, thank you for the thoughtfulness you both put into that. I'd love to hear from you, Mr. Mason, and then maybe we can open up for conversation.
So, like I said, this is not too much different from the middle school side of things. We do pretty much the same thing that we always done. Phone should be off and put away during the school day. They shouldn't have them. There's no reason in the middle school for them to need them at all. And so if a phone is seen in use or in the hands of a student, so we're not walking around like trying to check book bags, not trying to check your back pocket, not worrying about all of that. As long as it's not in your hand, not in use, all right, we're moving forward. Consequences are pretty much the same as what the high school was saying. We confiscate the phone. Students are able to get their phone at the end of the day, right? Get it on their way to the buses. Our students do a really good job of that. They know once it's taken, you got to go to the main office. We have small, at times, instances where a student may not want to get their phone, all right? That is when the administrator is going to come in and deal with the situation, right? Because they may not want to give their phone up. But again, this is not this happens like all the time, and it becomes a huge issue. Second offense, phone is confiscated. Parent must pick up the phone. Now, the same time that a parent must pick up the phone, we also know that in the lives that we have now, kids, some for parents and kids, a lot of this is that communication they have for kids who may be getting home by themselves. And so we are moving forward to making sure, look, if there is no way for a parent to be able to communicate with a student, you got to give them the phone at the end of the day. Because again, I have a daughter, I have two. I need to be able to communicate them at times at the end of the day so we can talk about other ways of dealing with that situation. But we also don't want a kid to be put in a situation where they're not safe because they can't communicate with their parent. Third offense is phone gets confiscated, and then that administrator who is dealing, our administrators go by alphabet. So one goes from A to K, the other one I think goes from L to Z. That administrator is getting the phone for a week, right? So when a student comes in, you get the phone, we hold it to the end of the day, give your phone back, move on. Fourth offense happens, goes for 2 weeks, and then so on from there. Same as the high school, really appreciate them sharing that. We're not trying to keep a student out of class. So we're not trying to necessarily put them in ISS, put them in school for all day, because now you're impacting learning, and so you're creating this snowball of a negative effect. So that's pretty much us at the high school, or middle school.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Project just a little bit more, because I can hear you, but I don't know if others.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Do we have any issues with at the elementary level? Are they just not expected to bring them? Do we have any kids?
They're allowed to bring them. We have several who do because they do go home, sometimes to empty homes without a landline. So I get that. They leave them in their book bags. They don't use them once in a while. We'll get some silly girls who decide to get that phone out and take a selfie or something. But the issues are really minimal
Yeah.
at the elementary level.
Ours are off and away the same. I think our biggest issue is the wearables and communicating during the day for instructional time. So we have very similar consequences to if you're, because we'll get a call from a parent that says my child just texted me to tell on their watch to tell me they were sick instead of going through the process of going to the nurse and things like that. And then we have those conversations, but it's so minimal. We just handle it on a case by case basis. But our rule is off and away.
And if I have to find something, the issue is social media group text drama trickling into the school day, which we have very little control.
So that was one of the concerns that I had is even them having access to them during downtimes is because it is used for bullying. There's so much bullying that happens from them having access to phones and taking pictures of people at bad moments and sharing those pictures or communications. And so that is still a concern. The other concern is, um, one episode, especially because if I don't know if anybody's read The Anxious Generation. It's a book that needs to be read by parents and teachers alike. It's a really good book that gives out the data on the impact. But my concern is for the teachers because when you have students that are addicted to the phone, taking away a phone causes a reaction. And then that reaction takes time to get an administrator there. And then all the other children are missing out on their learning because of one incident or one student. And so I would like to see just, I think that there's other options that can be had that, because we have phones, we used to, before phones, we would go to the office and call if we needed to get in touch with our parents. And if they have their phones in the morning and the parent needs to send them a message before they get home, they're going to have their phone before they get on the bus to check if there's any change. If there's any emergency that needs to be made, it can be made by the office because it's an emergency. We wouldn't assume all of our kids would be having emergencies. I want to just talk about impact on the teachers and on learning because we talked about our academic goals and the least amount of disruption to their day and having to make phone calls. If you have, how many students does a teacher have in middle school? 100 and some, and having to make phone calls during their day at the end of the day is taxing on a teacher to have to make all those phone calls. So that's my concern is the impact on teachers, disruption to the academic day,
and bullying and using it, still being able to have access to it to cause these issues with other students.
Can I ask, what are you talking about making 100 calls within a day?
No, not making 100 calls, but they have 100 students, so even if they have one call will generally take be a 10-minute call at the most. I mean, sometimes even longer.
Is the teacher calling who?
I want to say there was a thing where the teacher had to call.
That was our previous, that was the previous policy. The current policy in place is yes,
just
that
to
the
take
teacher,
the
is that the teacher contacts the parent and it's a warning. With our proposal, we would be doing the contacting, the administration would. So we're actually taking that off of the teachers to make it an easier process for them, and then we will handle contacting the parent if we were to have to confiscate the phone.
And what would you say with leaving a disgruntled child in the room without their phone? How much impact to learning is that going to be?
I think that's a great question. I think how we're envisioning this working is when we do have a student who breaks our process of putting that phone in that lockbox, we're really sort of hoping, understanding that this is a cultural shift, that the lockbox will help prevent some of that. But then if we do have a student pulling that phone out, we're going to be removing that student to have that conversation. And when I say we, I mean an administrator. So that student would not then be in the classroom to cause disruption. The class could continue on. We found that for our high school students, for the most part, they will respect us when we pull them out and have those conversations. Will there be those occasions when we have a student who is just adamant? Absolutely, that will happen. But because we plan on removing them from the classroom and bringing them down to the office to have those conversations, we think it will minimize any disruption to other students as well.
Okay, so when I was looking at this topic, I did note that there were some counties that had a procedure where they had the lockbox in homeroom. The kids put them in there, and they had an extra bell at the end of the day for them to go back to the homeroom, get their phones, then there'd be another bell to dismiss. And that kept phones out of the, and I think for some folks, some parents, they just, you don't need your phone at school at all. Yeah. And they didn't worry about it at all. But we do have students that do come home and need to have their phone on them to communicate with parents. That is something I'd like to, how much are the lock boxes? Did you guys get an idea of how much those cost?
We already have.
Did we already?
Yeah, we've purchased them.
We have 70 of them.
You did tell me that.
You want to address that?
Sure.
Yeah.
So we did consider that. Just so we don't have homerooms just to start. So it would be their first block. So it's a different first block, alternating schedule that they would start at. And there's just a couple logistical pieces with that we feel are a little bit of a concern. First, we have a lot of students with early dismissal, or we have students with early dismissals combined with seniors with early release. We kind of looked back through our early dismissal data. I think in May, we wrote some notes down. We had an average of 40 students per day with an early dismissal. So that would be those 40 students having to travel back to their first block before they go to the office to interrupt that class that's going on at that time to get their cell phone. And then we would not just have to add time on at the end of the day, but we'd also have to add time on somewhere in the middle of the day for all of our seniors who release after block 3. We also just are concerned in an emergency situation, if we were to have to evacuate the building and evacuate to the stadium, or if we were in a lockdown that was extended, the concern there of students not being able to access their phone, it would be very logistically difficult to get phones back to students from a block 1 class.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jessica.
I have some comments about that. How much time is it going to take at the beginning of the period and the end of the period for the students to put their phones away and bring them back?
I think that's a great question. We're anticipating a 5-minute at the beginning and a 5-minute at the end, but one of the things we're planning to put in place is some procedures for teachers to follow where they can incorporate that into their instruction. So a lot of our teachers will do a bell ringer at the beginning of the block. As students are coming in, they're starting to work on something that has to do with the lesson for the day, and then the exit ticket that they have at the end is to sort of reflect back on what they did. And so to provide them with a procedure of putting the phone away and getting it back during that time. So I'm just going to give kind of an example. So you may have a teacher who says, oh, as you're walking in, go ahead and put your cell phone in. Those first 5 minutes when they're doing that bell ringer, they might be answering a question from the lesson before to sort of review the material. While they're working on that, they may say, okay, this row, make sure if you haven't already put your phone in, you go put your phone in. Okay, second row, put your phone in. So then the expectation is by the end of that 5 minutes, while you're working on that bell ringer, all phones should be secured in a way. And then again, at the end of the block, they may have an exit ticket that's, just for an example, what is the biggest takeaway from our lesson today? And it could be that they're writing it on their computer, and then, okay, this row, as soon as I see your answer come in, your exit ticket, this student can then go and get their phone out. So we're anticipating that providing this kind of instruction and help for our teachers will help minimize that time for putting away and bringing it back.
Okay, but if you were to have them put the phones in the locker of the first room, and then take it out 5 minutes before the final bell, you're missing 10 minutes per day instead of 10 minutes per period. Yes, you may have some people that have to go into the classroom to begin, but that's not that. I don't think that that's a major hindrance.
I think that our idea is that it really shouldn't eat up that 5 minutes. It should be students are working on, that bell ringer question, and that individual student is taking, a minute to put their phone away.
And during that time, during the bell ringer questions, the student can come in and get their phone. That has to leave early. So you're not losing any.
But they may not be leaving at that time during those 5 minutes, if that makes sense. There's also the concern, one of our other concerns is, again, that having the phone away from the student in another space, like if we do have an evacuation or if we did have a lockdown or something like that, it would make it very difficult for students to be away from their phones. In this way, it's still in the room with that student.
Okay. Now, if there was an emergency and you had to evacuate, it'd be nice if they could have the phones, but wouldn't you rather the students listen to their teacher than try to call their parents?
Absolutely. So we're not proposing that if there's an evacuation or fire drill that students access their phones. The lock boxes, they're very light. I think they weigh 4 pounds. They have a handle on them.
Teacher carry the lockbox
We're proposing that they carry the lockbox, which is
What if
priorities.
We carry the big red bins. It's a lockdown.
in a lockdown. No, we would say locked down, but we're saying specifically for evacuation.
There are a lot of emergency things where they would want to call their parents, but wouldn't you rather they listen to you?
Yes. So the protocol that we would establish with teachers is that they would not unlock the box in an emergency situation until they heard from administration that it was necessary. It was a time where we would need that to happen. So absolutely, we want students focused on safety and making sure they're either getting out of the building or getting into a lockdown scenario. That would be the priority. They wouldn't be going to the lockbox first. That box would stay locked until the teacher knew that it was time to give students access to the phones.
And my other concern, as of right now, you want to have the students have their cell phones during lunch and during class changes. Is that correct? Correct. That they can use them?
During lunches and transitions, yeah.
That's not social media issues? I would rather that they actually talk to people. Yeah. You can't really know what they're thinking by an emoticon. Right. They have no social skills anymore. Let them learn how to have social skills. That's my thinking.
Yeah, I mean,
I see the youngins these days, and they don't know how to react to people. Yeah. Someone says a word, they don't. It all comes out of context. They don't know what they're
having trouble making eye contact. It's really sad. Their social skills have totally diminished. I've been, researching this like crazy, and one of the problems I know most kids have these days is they're feeling anxiety and isolation, and they're trying to get that from a device. And instead of just reaching out to their peers and interacting with them, and instead, I'm afraid, and it's probably going on, but at the lunches, that they're just sitting there playing on their things and they're not interacting with any of their classmates. And
yeah, we understand this is going to be a major cultural shift for our students. Most of our high school students, they've grown up with those phones in their hands, and so we're sort of anticipating that this is a way to kind of transition into that cultural shift. And I think realistically, it's going to be a situation where it's going to take several years for us to get into a place where we can kind of work through some of those things.
Those kids don't have several years.
Yeah,
we're talking about preparing them for real life.
I do think.
It's kind of like pulling off a Band-Aid, just.
You gotta be able to put the phone down when you go to work.
Exactly.
You can't have it out.
And how's that going to impact administration using their cell phones? I mean, is that, are teachers going to have access to their cell phones when they want them during the day? Going out in the
Planning
hall?
period, sure.
The other thing with having them during the day instead of, there may be some minor interruptions during the day with people leaving early, but the whole purpose of putting it away from the first part of the day and getting it at the end is it eliminates conflicts throughout the day with the other teachers having to deal with the issues and lots of classes having issues at the same time. If they're all put away and the students finally and build a routine, the students will become accustomed to this is the norm, this is routine. When you have them in separate classes, there will be teachers that will, hey, I'll let you have them for this amount of time if you do X, Y, and Z, which will take instructional time. I know I have a child in school, and that is a big incentive, but then how much learning is lost during those time and teachers not being consistent across the board, where I feel like we do incorporate a period of where they put them in there for the morning and they get at the end of the day, it alleviates the stress on the teachers being the responsible one during the day, and it eliminates time that administration has to be dealing with problems throughout the periods, dealing with the phones. And I agree, I think kids need to build those skills of what do I do? I'm hearing I'm bored. They need to know how to problem solve and critically think of what they do with their time without a phone. And the biggest thing too is the bullying issue and having access to it, because they will still take it into the bathroom and locker room even though we have a policy. And they will still, like in the lunchroom, be looking at it. And I've talked on too long. I know that you had something you wanted to say, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so definitely hearing what everyone is saying, I think I'll kind of challenge the narrative that how bad our kids socially are. Because in our conversations with students, even with the phones, and I'm gonna probably hop around a lot, so my apologies, I have a lot of thoughts. Like, so for example, when we talk about phone, like both of mine are right here, right? And so just because I'm hyper connected to a whole lot of different things, that's what our kids have grown up in, and being hyper connected. So I feel like, and we sometimes talk about this in my building, whatever the expectations are on the kids, then I feel like then the expectations would need to be on the adults. Because if we're taking this from a moral aspect of it, then if we're saying this is bad for them to have it in there, then I would then also say from an adult standpoint, then we should never have it. Now that causes a whole lot of issues than if the adult does not have the phones in the building. I also say, and this I can only speak to the middle school side, yes, we have some issues with it, but I would not go and say like this is a issue that we spend 7.5 hours of our day dealing with. There are way more other things that I feel like are issues to the learning environment than the cell phones. Like that's not, I can tell you from me personally, that's not my biggest issue on there. We also don't get them to have it, but again, if a student, is in a class and says, I just don't want to, give my phone up, that's fine, we bring them down, and then we get to the root of the issue, right? Because at the end of the day, yes, I can say there's no phone for the 7.5 hours. Then once they leave the building, they're going to have their phone for the rest of the day. And most of the issues that we deal with have nothing to do with texting during school. That had everything to do with they were outside of the building, they were texting things, and the school is the place where everyone comes. Right? So at the end of the day, if I text and said I have beef with you, I'm gonna see you at school. I didn't need to text that in school. I text that at home. I'm gonna see you at school tomorrow. So I'm not saying anything is right or wrong in the way we're going about things. I would just caution us in terms of when we're making big moves to switch things up, thinking of all of the ramifications that come with all of that. Because again, you have a generation that has, my own daughter when she was 3 walked up to our TV and started moving it. Just trying to go like, we're trying to figure out what she's doing. She doesn't know a time frame where TVs are not touchscreen. She doesn't. So like, this is what they have. Maybe it's a better job of us trying to train them on how to use the tool Same way we train them on how to use the computer. Same way we train them on how to use so many other things. Because this isn't going away. Like, it's just not. It's a problem. And then the moment we figure this out, there will be something else that's coming that we've got to figure that piece out. They're just hyper connected. I would also say our kids do a much better job, I think, than the adults at being able to. Yes, we have students who use it wrong, but I also think we have a ton of students who use this very, very well, and we learn a lot from them on a regular basis on just what are the things that are available. I know as a teacher, it used to be I was the sage on the stage and tell kids that all the stuff and they didn't know where to go. Now, I'll be honest with you, kids can look up all the information that I'm giving them quicker than I can give it to them. So now it's actually challenging me, to do things a little bit different as an administrator, as an educator, but they can find all that information. You know what I'm saying? They know things before we do. So I know it seems like maybe I'm rambling. I don't want to take all of the kids of Goochland and say, this is a problem for all. No, I think it's a problem for some. I think we need to address that problem, but then I would also like to highlight the positives, all right, or the things that our kids are able to do with these. And I think they do a good job of socializing in their own way. I don't socialize the same way with my friends that my parents socialize with theirs, right? I just don't, and I wouldn't want to. That's not what I do. I want to do. We talk differently. So the same with my daughter and her phone. That's how they communicate. That doesn't mean as a responsible parent, I don't check her phone and say, hey, let me see what you got going on in there. And then if there's something wrong, you don't have it. So even now, that's a school conversation. I also think it's a community conversation about, are we checking the phone? Do you know what your kids are doing on the phone? Do you have the parameters around the phone so that they can't do certain things? So I think it's just a bigger conversation. If this comes out the right way, then let's take it from them. I think there may be ramifications that we're not ready for if we say, boom, they're gone. I just, nervous about that as an administrator because, again, from an administrative perspective, we are the ones who are going to have to handle that, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, our school counselors, us, everybody, and that could be just as much of a hit on instruction as trying to figure out a way, like, how can we balance this out, right? Because now we're coming to classes all the time, the kid doesn't have it. Now, I'm not necessarily as engaged in what was going on, when in reality, just the mere fact that I've got it in my pocket, I'm connected with my parents, all that kind of stuff, makes it a situation where at least now we're able to have these conversations with these guys. Again, I'm not saying bad things don't happen. I'm just saying I'd be careful not to make it it's a whole division issue. I don't necessarily believe it is, not at the middle school.
If I can address some of the things that you said. I appreciate you mentioning community because I was under the impression you were going to survey our community. And I would still think that we need to get feedback from our families and the community because they need to be involved in this decision because, it's going to impact them. I hear you on the fact that adults use them too, but there's a reason why sometimes adult expectation is different than child or minor's expectation because their frontal lobes have not fully developed and they rely on adult guidance. I would expect that teachers are not using their phones when they're working, and that would be the expectation for preparing our youth, our high school students for a workforce, is that they need to know there's times to pick it up and there's times to put it away. I want to think of that we need to consider what is the least amount of impact. And when I look at both situations, I see disruptions during the blocks versus maybe disruptions in the morning when you might have some that might not want to give it up. It would be dealt with at that time in the morning and then given back. I really do think that we are creatures of habit. So once it's routine and there's more apt for a routine to be set during the morning than a routine that's consistently followed given by teachers. And so my thought is that those academic goals, our teachers, we talk about teacher retention. If it becomes so much on them, another burden for them to deal with children that are addicted to phones and dealing with taking away something from a child who's addicted to a phone. That could be something that, you know, takes away from the work environment for them. So just what is the best choice for our teachers and the academic learning for our students? And I really would like to see that we reach out to our community.
What happened with the teacher survey? Yeah, I thought that was on
So
there.
there was some miscommunication on finalizing the survey, and it just didn't go out in time. We got feedback from our teachers, which you saw some of that data from Ms. Hudak and Ms. Coiner, but
So basically,
we have not at this time sent a parent survey. It's kind of serendipitous because given the executive order from the governor, kind of could change the feedback that that someone may have, given, hey, well, wait, the state said we're going in this direction, I guess we're going in that direction. So
I think it'd be great to have something in on the books.
We all agree, and
Yes.
I think that now that there is an executive order, it would likely serve us better to put forth some options on how we'll mitigate cell phones and let our public communicate on those options, as opposed to asking, hey, what are your feelings on cell phones? That kind of is made immaterial, as there's now an executive order that calls us to action. We've got to do something.
I'm sorry, I missed on the slide. What was the teacher feedback?
91% say that cell phones are a distraction and impede learning. And the majority of the reasons students have problems in the classroom, unprompted, this is from a research perspective, an unaided question, meaning it was an open response question type, not a list of options. What is the main contributor to you not feeling a sense of belonging in our schools? Social media.
Right. Okay.
Is that not the answer? Is that not the answer to this whole thing?
Social media?
Yeah. So why are we subjecting the children and the teachers to something that's 91% proven that it's hurting the child? I mean, the children are what it's all about, and their education. And the easiest way that teachers can make that happen in the classroom. You know, I know, and we're done blaming everything on COVID, and I understand how that was their resource for children to see, talk, communicate. But we're past that. We have moved on from that. And to me, if you have 91% of your teachers and your administration saying this is a problem, and your students are saying, I'm tired of being bullied, I'm tired of seeing pictures, and I can give you firsthand family information on this, it's dangerous. And we have had families in court over this, over pictures. So I won't go beyond that, but this is something that's much more serious than just sending out surveys and saying, what do you want to do? This comes right home, and we have the answers up on that board.
I couldn't agree more, Ms. Robinson, and if you go back to Governor Youngkin's executive order, I'll share just for the benefit of our conversation. Children spend an average of 4.8 hours a day on social media. Recent studies say that spending more than 3 hours on social media doubles the risk of poor mental health for adolescents. Most alarming, and this gets to the heart of the matter, CDC data from 2019 to 2021 reports that the rate of suicide increased 167% since 2010. That's it. That's the only data point I need. If a child has mental health detriment, they're calling it digital dementia. The amount of time our children are spending on digital devices is changing the physiological composition and the neurological wiring of their brains. We as adults got it later in life when our brain's hardwiring was already fermented. Kids are wonderful little sponges that we have this beautiful opportunity to shape. But if we mess up that hardwiring, it's like the cognitive and the formative, right? If we do something wrong along the way, what are the ramifications?
They don't have time.
Again, I share that for conversation. It was shocking to me. And I'll also share, anecdotally, having the privilege of just connecting informally with many of our educators, they struggle with enforcing cell phone use in the classroom. They struggle with having to be the bad cop, right? They struggle with kid comes to them, oh, I'm done my work. And now, so that student doesn't become a disruption in the classroom, not letting them just fiddle around with their phone, back to the sourcing point. And they struggle with, I'll give you another example, oh, we got to do some math computations. Well, every kid's got a calculator in their pocket. So yes, we have great policy, we don't have consistent application. And
what can we do to make sure it's consistent? And I think that's the choices with the options. One is more apt to provide a consistent routine versus the other. And I think if we survey the community and we are giving them the options, we need to make sure we convey all the pros and cons from each option. And I would like to, I don't know how that will be put together, but being able to see the final survey before it goes out, I would appreciate that. I didn't get to, I don't know if I had access and I just didn't get to look at, but I don't think I saw the survey for the.
Pre-executive order, so we had a different theme of topics.
Yeah, but even for the survey for the teachers, I don't know.
No, I didn't have any input on that either. That's a end of year pulse survey that administration owns.
Okay, so if we send something out to the community, I think it would be nice to be able to see what's going out.
Can I? I've wrestled with the urgency on this question of cell phone use in the schools. I've wrestled with 1 month from tomorrow, we're back, 2,600 students back in the buildings. Yay!
Yeah.
I've wrestled with comments I've heard today about, oh gosh, this is going to be a hard change. I feel a great sense of urgency because I think the change will only be harder after they're halfway through the school year. There seems to be a, hey, this is a new day one. Welcome to the 2024-25 school year. This is how we do things from here on. Versus a, oh, hey, how was Thanksgiving break? By the way, we're not doing cell phones anymore. Right? You understand? Like that compression and that ability for people to then make a switch mid-year. I also reflect on the fact that the burden of implementation falls to our administrators and our teachers in the building. So how do we find the appropriate intersection between those constraints to come up with some options?
This is another, I know somebody brought it up earlier about the watches too, because I know I get distracted by this darn thing and I'm like, and this is just a fact here that they put out, it takes approximately 23 minutes and 15 seconds for a teenager to refocus after being distracted by a cell phone or a cell phone watch. So, I mean, even just the watches, so are we gonna, then we gotta worry about like, are we taking the watches too?
Wearables
like,
is on the list,
so,
cannot be used in schools.
What are we in the business for?
Educating.
So if I can chime in on that, that's a good point. All of these have been great points, but part of leadership is focusing on the dragon that we can slay. And if our aim is to minimize lost instruction time or lost instructional time, that's totally within our realm of possibility. And I believe that some of the solutions that have been proposed by the school leadership today will help us in that end. If our aim is to alter or otherwise amend the societal ails around this, I don't necessarily know if we can deliver on that because, as Mr. Mason shared, and there's any number of data sets that support this, a lot of this stuff takes place when kids are away from our organizations. And he made a great point. The commonality is that we're the place where they come. This is the place that they're basically legally obligated to be every single day. So I would stop us short of feeling any confidence that we're going, sure, we can curtail some of the bullying that takes place during the day. Sure, some of the photograph stuff will slow down because if I don't see you from 4 until I go to bed and I don't deal with you on the weekends, the likelihood of you getting a photograph of me doing anything is minimized. So we'll win that way. But I'd challenge us to keep, if our emphasis is maximizing the time that we have kids with us for instruction, I think that's a lot easier to accomplish than transforming this as a societal issue.
Yeah, I don't think we're solving the societal problem.
Yeah.
And I think even trying to solve that is probably, but I want to add something. First of all, I couldn't agree more. Secondly, I want us to also embrace this as an opportunity to not only maybe mitigate some negatives, let's also establish some new positives. How about kids doing what we're doing, talking to each other? How about kids not having to feel like they have to context switch every time their Snapchat notification goes off? You know, I'm learning calculus. Oh wait, okay, look, because that we all know there's no such thing as multitasking, by the way. People always, oh, I'm a good multitasker. No, you're not. You're a good context switcher. So like, let's talk about the benefits. And as we come through changes, we've just spent an hour talking about academic performance. As we come through significant changes in state testing standards, man, wouldn't it be great to have one less thing in the classroom where all 25 faces were focused on learning?
Could we, instead of put out the governor's policy and what we plan on doing and get feedback?
Karen, how do you think the feedback would change your recommendation? It's a question.
Well, I think getting input like we have from everybody here, you can hear the different voices and they feel like they've been heard. I think that's the important thing is, and there might be something we didn't consider, but I think allowing the community to have that conversation is important to them.
Do you think it's going back to the timeline thing of starting the school year with one set of expectations and then changing mid-year? Do you think that trade-off is appropriate?
No, I would rather not.
I'm kind of polling the room. Would you make that trade-off? Because again,
I think
31 days.
I think you started in the beginning.
Yeah, I'd really worry about that.
I'm saying start at the beginning too, but saying here is the policy, here is our plan. If you have any feedback for our consideration, we're going to continue to go ahead and go forth, but it might give us some room for adjustments and putting it that way to them so that they still feel like they had a voice in what we're doing, and because we're learning. This will be a big change for all of us. We haven't been, our students, I mean, you know, if you have a young person with a phone and you say put it down for dinner, you know how it is at home. So it's going to be, we're going to have to maybe make some little minor tweaks and adjustments, even though we come out with our plan. So I think just getting some feedback and allowing them to relay their concerns and their ideas, and then being able to address it in the school board meeting, whether Dr. Cromartie does it during his time or the chair does it during their time. I think that will at least allow them to have a voice.
And, logistically, because school starts August 19th, we have a meeting August
13th.
13th. Okay. Dr. East, we're going to have you write a policy. Okay, because we need to have an official policy, change the ones. How soon do you think you could have that so that we could have a special meeting for first read?
So you're in luck because next week I was supposed to go to a conference and I'm not doing that. So I have lots of time. So I can work on it for the rest of the day. Well, I don't know what we're doing for the rest of the day.
New school.
Just that small thing.
On it for the rest of the day. So I can work on it next week and get it to you. Tuesday?
So then sometime we could have a special meeting dealing with this, and there could be other things that come up to deal with the special meeting.
And you are able, it has been done where the school board can approve during first reading. You don't have to wait that month. If you are gathering data now, you don't have to wait
Right.
till the second reading. You can approve it during first reading.
So if that happens, then how long does it take, once it's read, then to implement, and is there enough
Effective
time?
immediately. All policies we approve are effective at that
Okay,
time.
so then if we're turning in the phones when the children arrive at school, how long is that gonna take to get back to administration and then be ready?
They love our meetings, so I know they're always watching.
So, and I let them know the next day of policy changes.
Yes.
That's what I was about to ask. So when you're saying whatever this policy is this we are, I'll say voting, but for lack of a better term, voting on, we're going with that policy and this policy, or are we saying there is a third option that's going to be out here? Because if that's the case, if we, just for lack of discussion or for discussion, if we say boxes are going everywhere, that does impact my building right now, because now I've got to figure out how to get these boxes in, make sure my staff knows that, 'cause my staff are
No.
under
So
one impression. So now,
so the high school purchased the boxes, and that was all preliminary. Again, this was all
The high school bought the boxes.
right.
Good call out, Mr. Mason. So I want to be really careful the boundaries between policy making and procedure setting.
That's what I was gonna say.
Okay, very good, very
Thank
good.
you.
I trust our in-building experts to figure out how they implement policy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, your acquisition of boxes, where's Ms. Weiss, great. Like purchasing and so forth, like that could be, if that is the recommendation, we can certainly handle that. But
And
yes.
this will be less of a change for the middle school students.
And honestly, it's not a big change from a policy
It's
point
not.
of view. I think it's a
It's
bigger
not.
change on the regulation. And there's some words in the policy. Hi. There's some words in the policy that need to be
Revised?
more.
Vague?
Thank you. Specific. No, not more. More specific, so there's less area for interpretation.
Excuse me, sir.
Thank you. Stronger.
I would like to see stronger penalties. I mean, basically, if they're using their cell phone, you take it away, well, they're just doing what they should have been doing in the first place. They don't have it for the day, okay? So, I would like to see something that, they're gonna be, oh no, if I do that and get caught, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be, yeah.
Well, that was two on the proposal. Two, the second time mom and dad, grandpa, whoever, gonna come get it. But that's something that I think the policy advisory committee in partnership with Dr. East could come back with some recommendations. My advice, and I look for input, keep looking around at the principals in the room. Be careful not to swing the pendulum too far, too fast, too hard.
Right.
Because now I've given you the death penalty for jaywalking. Like we have to think about more egregious infractions that do require more severe consequences. So I just want to keep that in mind. Not that this shouldn't be appropriately enforced and have some teeth in it. Just keep in mind what we're dealing with.
And
I appreciate that we do have the parents.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because they need to be engaged, and if it causes them some inconvenience, it might make them think about the inconvenience it's causing the classroom and the students that are missing out on education. And we don't want to inconvenience parents, that's not the point, but if their child makes a decision that is not good, then they need to realize that's who they need to address with inconveniencing them, and then hopefully it won't be an issue. But I'm sorry.
No. I'm going to echo that. If we're doing this in the spirit of preserving instructional time, and then we have consequences that elevate to either an in-school suspension or, God forbid, an out-of-school suspension, we're depriving instructional time.
Yeah, I love taking
Yeah,
care of the classroom.
it's really. I think if we think about this in the context of discipline, not punishment, what can we do practically to curtail the trend of having cell phones out, thus keeping you distracted from learning in the classroom? I think we've got a sensible solution to that that's been presented here this morning, where kids' cell phones will be housed in proximity of them. I know there's been some conversation about a morning lockup and an afternoon retrieval. I only put this out there for us to think about. Ultimately, the decisions will rest where they do, but there's some liabilities that go with that too. Think in a high school, each bell, 20 students leave, another 20 students come in and populate that classroom. So conceivably, 80 to 100 kids can trickle through a classroom over the course of the day. That's a lot of probability for a cell phone to go missing. I've got a 15. Someone's got a 10. Someone wants to upgrade. I mean, there are all kinds of, and then we get into governing and investigating and handling all of that. Whereas if they're locked within their proximity, they're in the room with them.
I can see it the whole time.
It's right there. There's greater security in that method.
So in addressing that, because we already have them in book bags where we have had issues with cell phones getting misplaced or taken or lost. If they're locked up in the morning and the teachers have an area in their room, a cabinet or a closet that they can be locked up for the day, then that would secure them. If kids, and like I said, if kids know that some parents might be, well, you can't have it the whole day, and I'm picking you up after school, I'm just not going to have to bring it. They might get to a point where they don't even need to bring it because they're not able to access it all day. If a parent knows that they drop them off and pick them up, there might not be reason to even bring it if they don't want that possibility. But I would think that teachers would be able to take that box and put it in a closet and lock it up, and that could be the established.
I don't know if there are closets in you guys' the
Yeah.
high school classrooms.
Yeah, there's no closets.
Yeah.
Aren't these boxes lockable?
They are lockable.
They are, but if you see them, they're like acrylic boxes. They're not,
Just out of curiosity, and this is getting into implementation and procedure, not policy, but question. The Yonder pouches, that's just one of the brand. Did you explore that as an option? I'd love your thoughts.
Yeah, we did. They were very expensive.
But the governor said he's going to help us all pay for it.
Well, I think when I
What
was
was
an
it?
English teacher, not a math teacher,
$400,000?
they're about $30 per student, so it's 800 students when I did that math.
2,600 or whatever the.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking division-wide, I was just thinking the high school, just 800 students, times $30 a student.
$30 a pouch. Any grants out there? Grants, Debbie?
So it's very expensive.
The Yonder pouch is also require magnetic station.
Right, outside the school perimeter.
That's a big time. We're also not Faraday cages. Faraday cage prevents radio signal.
So because that's what Fluvanna does. Can you speak to that?
I don't know specifically, but Salem uses something called a Go Dark bag, which is similar to a Yonder, but it is a Faraday cage. It's not lockable, however. But what they claim is that the strip where people know they're being opened, there's a Velcro strip, so that ripping noise, the creature goes, oh. But when it's in the Faraday cage,
it's not sending or
but I can think of a million kids go, oh, I forgot my bag.
Yeah. I misspoke when you said what I understand Fluvanna has is some type of router signal interrupter.
Yeah,
They may not have it anymore. This has been a few years, so.
We were talking about that the other day, and we found that it was against the law to do that.
It's actually illegal.
I've been accused of having that because students will say, I don't get a signal in this classroom. That's because of the makeup.
Concrete.
Well, it's generally a steel frame room with UV coated window.
Peter, what do you suggest?
I think you hit the nail on the head with the social. But from a practical standpoint, the ultimate thing is keep kids off of social media. That's where, and I'd say a good portion of adults do. Brain's fully developed in social media account until you're at least 16, probably 18 is better. It's not our problem. I think there's so much money. No, and YouTube's, there's other YouTubers, there's lots of things that you consider. I think it's the likes and Instagrams and TikToks, ones that know what you like.
What do you think is the safest way to store them safely, efficiently, and to support our administration? Period.
Cost effectively as well. I don't think, I think there's a reason the governor said, here's what's coming, but they didn't tell us what's coming yet. They're wrestling with exactly the same issue. I wouldn't expect like the absolute answer to come from the DOE in January.
Guidance.
You're gonna get, here's what we think might work, and I think it's gonna be some trial and error over time. It's the things that people haven't thought about to get around this, having a burner phone in my car or parking lot.
Or actually in your pocket.
Yeah, yeah. Here, I gave you my phone.
Yeah.
Search me.
What do you mean?
Who's gonna do that?
What do you mean I can't have a flip phone? Like, yeah, that's what mom and dad gave me. Yeah, where the iPhone's
Well, that's in the office too. Pick that up on your way out.
And Dr. Easton, the policy committee, I would suggest that this should be a division-wide consistent policy. I appreciate the desire of, hey, you've earned this privilege. Yep, you can have it at 3:35. But when you're here to learn, we want you here focused on learning. And if we can take one more thing out of the distraction equation, that's a win. And I do want to acknowledge, because it's valid feedback, and I know we're going to hear it from our community at large. What if there's an emergency? I will tell you, we had an emergency about 14 months ago. And the misinformation on social media did more detriment to the concern, anxiety, stress, and panic than the actual situation in the schools. I have firsthand accounts of people going, oh, well, my daughter was sitting right next to the shooter. She saw his gun. That is someone I know one-on-one. And I'm thinking, I can't tell you what I know, but your daughter's a liar.
Yeah.
That's a problem. In an emergency, I want the SROs, the building administrators, and the people that have appropriate protocols to be the only distraction, the only thing our students are focused on. And they can leave that box. Don't put it in your procedures. Don't take that box out of the building. I don't want a teacher running for her life and protecting 30 kids worried about a box of replaceable cell phones. That is my advice, because we got to keep the first things first, and that is the well-being of our students.
To add to that, I will say, hearing the feedback in Glen Allen High School, they had so many cars lock up the school from emergency vehicles because
all the parents.
Messages and photographs were sent out. So it is really
It
not
can
a
be
good idea for
counterproductive.
the students to have phones during an emergency situation as another voice in when they need to just focus on the one command of what to do.
So that would just be, again, learning experience from last year. It was painful to see that thread in various we're back to social media. And just, number one, I was not in a position to give input onto that because I was not boots on the ground. That was not my place. But to just see how toxic that became. And then you can never correct the record. Kind of once something's out there, right? That's the truth of the moment, and people. So just something to take in mind. By the way, those are the 1 in a million exceptions. We are so blessed to live in a community that is safe. Our Goochland County Sheriff's Office does such a fine job protecting not only our schools, but our citizens at large. So I think, yes, we always have to be prepared for the risk, but I wouldn't make an exception to our procedures or our policies because of the 1 in a million.
Okay, so what about buses?
So
cell phones on buses.
So I think that's a question that the policy committee can take up. When we say school day, we generally mean once you hit brick and mortar. So instructional time is what the governor's executive order was speaking to. So he was talking about, hey, once you're inside a classroom versus not. So I would say that the bus may be outside of that window of consideration.
But if we're trying to protect them
from
emotionally.
But I think you're going back to the societal problem again. We're trying to solve the learning problem.
They need to have that time to see if there's any communication.
So try to find the right boundary between.
Just asking.
No, I love the question, but like try to find where's the scope of our role versus where's mom and dad's role versus where's somebody else's role. And I think our role comes back to what's the first thing? Educating.
Education.
I love this conversation, by the way, but and we could all like next week we'll go starve world hunger, but this is really prickly, and there will be no winners on this except for our students and teachers. But it's going to take time to show the dividends. People are going to be up in arms about this. They're going to think that you've gone too far. It's okay.
Maybe not.
We'll see. We'll see. But there will be pushback on that, and that's okay if we are doing it for the right reasons. How fun. Any other thoughts on student cell phone policy? I think we've heard next steps are for Dr. East and the Policy Advisory Committee to bring something. Is it going to be a special meeting, or do you want to bring it for first reading on August 13th? Because I'm sensitive to we're giving administration a 6-day implementation timeline.
So my thought was we do it electronically. I'll send it out by the end of the day or beginning of the day on Tuesday, and then I don't know where Diane is, but we'll wrap her into. The 4 of us can do electronically. I'll have a draft.
Yeah, and just for the benefit of the public, when there are only 2 school board members involved in that process, it's generally not put out for public consumption until 3, or it's actually more than 2, so 3 are engaged. So like Ms. Worsing and Ms. Moses are on the Policy Advisory Committee. They would be the only 2 at that stage that would be iterating with Dr. East. Once they feel like they have something that they are ready to socialize with the rest of the board sees it at the same time as the public. So just want to keep people apprised on kind of procedurally how things work.
And that'll be first reading.
So and will that be at the school board meeting then?
I think that's what we're hearing
what
August 13th, but I'd love thoughts from.
Can we wait until the end of
today
to determine whether we need a special meeting?
Sure. Do we take that as a parking lot item?
It just depends on what else we need to discuss further.
Yes, I'm taking that as a parking lot. Mr. Mason, you've been so patient.
I just want to make sure, take into account too, kind of what we were talking about earlier from the principal side instruction and anything else we want to talk about today on top of things that we have to do in our buildings, all of the new things that will be coming. So I just ask that be taken into account as well with all of the impact, because yes, it can be seen as good for the teachers as well, but also knowing that many of the new things, the brunt and the impact of that is going to be on them as well. So, knowing that if it is something new, that will be one more thing on top of the many other things that they will have to deal with. So.
With this in mind, and when we do have that reading, is that going to be enough time for you and your teachers? Do you feel comfortable with that, or do you need?
For me, it depends on what the expectation is from the policy. If whatever comes up looks exactly what I just shared, then there isn't any problem. If the expectation is getting different supplies, doing all those type of things, it will have an impact because it's not even really the purchasing of the supplies. It's making sure everyone knows how to use them properly. What are we doing? What time of the day does that mean our schedule has to shift in any type of way like that? All comes into play. So.
And if I could just make a suggestion, if you're looking to gather data from the community, you may want to consider a special meeting for that first reading piece.
So, thank you. That's really important. And I also think gives us more of a theme for preparedness. I'm thinking specifically about New Teacher Academy and, the week before, like, let's not give this to them on Wednesday morning before school starts on Monday. Like, that feels really jerky.
That's tight.
Yeah, I don't like that. So yes, so we're back to your recommendation of let's talk about a special meeting, and I've tabled that for wrap-up items today.
We could go ahead and order. I know this is procedural, but they could go ahead and order because the policy is going to be that they're locked up. So middle school could order them, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know.
Oh, I thought they already ordered theirs.
They did, but so the policy, the JFCR just states that phones should be away during instructional time. So the policy isn't changing. It's just from what our presentation was. It's just the procedure, how we implement and ensure that the phones are away.
So that's not a policy change. That's a
procedural change on our end. The policy change that we suggested was JFCR 2, which is the consequences, the discipline aspect of it. So that was the policy change.
I think that's really, thank you, Ms. Corner. I think that's a really important distinction because if we look at current policy, Ms. Worsing, K through 8, devices must be off and put away for the duration of the school day. Mr. Mason, okay, where did he go, Mr. Myler? I think we ask ourselves, hey, off and put away, much like the high school, does that mean we need these cases for every classroom? Okay, I'm seeing a no.
Well, when I was listening, I just kept thinking, why does Matthew need them if his policy is off and away? I know it's a little bit different, and because I think what opens up the can of worms is they're allowed to have them during transition. So that's why they have them. If we're just focusing on instructional time, we don't allow them at all. They don't allow them at all, transition or classes. I don't think we need them at the elementary level. I think the wearables are a whole different thing. I think that's more of our issue than a cell phone. But I can't speak for Matthew. But if we're off and away, I don't think we need lock boxes.
Agree. And this might sound silly, but if we have a lockbox, we have 4 cell phones, and then the other 15 kids in the class are like,
not everyone has a cell phone. More of them have them than you would think, but not everyone has one.
So I don't want to make a problem where there isn't a problem.
No, I appreciate that, and that's really good context. So while we should have a division-wide policy, because the 9 through 12 says devices must be silenced and put away. So now we're just talking about forget off, whatever it is. Devices must be put away, whether that's in the 3 kids in the class that have it at GES or the 30 that have it at GHS. What put away looks like becomes a procedural thing at your school division, at your school building.
So
yes.
are all the students going to buy wearables now?
Look, I can't. That's a societal problem, Ms. Robinson. I can't.
That's also in the policy, though. The wearables are in the policy as well.
Wearables are covered by the policy.
Students don't have social media on their wearables.
Oh yeah.
Well, they can't. They can see the notification, but they can't respond actively. It's absolutely still a distraction.
Yeah.
But again, it's not. I don't think we're going to be able to.
And how often are we seeing that show up in the middle school, high school?
From my standpoint, this is not an issue, and I spend my day worrying about. There are other things that I would like. Yeah, I would like to talk about. Yeah, but this isn't as big of an issue. You have your things that pop up, but I think that's just life. Like there are a lot of different things that just pop up. No matter what rule, regulation, whatever you put in place, you're gonna deal with it. So.
And are wearables prevalent?
I don't think so. I mean, not from my perspective. Some people have them, but
consider the Apple Watch as cool. Like, I think they think it's cool what we do. We are still so impressed, right?
It's like my mom has that.
They can't send the
tactile,
Snapchat.
right?
They can't take the pictures.
Very good.
Very cool.
Okay. Hopefully wearables doesn't become the next thing, but wearables are covered by the current policy. I wouldn't say that we need kids to take Apple Watches off when they enter the classroom. I think that's probably overreach. But again, to Mr. Mason's point, this will likely be an evolving change. right? Like as we see cause and effect. Any other perspectives, questions, thoughts on cell phone use in school? I'm so glad we took such two easy topics to start our day. We're only about 14 minutes ahead of Diane's 11:30 suggested lunchtime. I'm going to advocate that in the spirit of just relationship building, we break early, and maybe lunch is there early, but I'm going to say that we break now for recess. We'll be back to begin again at noon because you'll have 44 minutes. And after lunch, just to give your mind some idea to start absorbing what's next, student dress code, your favorite, Mr. Mason. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Welcome back from our lunch recess. I want to just set a couple of logistical notes. One, we have 2 hours and 3 minutes until this meeting is scheduled to conclude, and I'm going to challenge us to meet that timeline given the important event that we all have at 4 p.m. to open the new Goochland Elementary School. So that means that I'm going to probably be a little more rigorous with conversation and putting a bow on things to manage our time. The other thing is I want the public to know and our team to know that as promised through Governor Youngkin's Executive Order 33, the VDOE is kicking off community conversations around cell phone use, and the one in our region is scheduled for August 6th in the Midlothian area. The Goochland County Facebook and social media will be posting details about that next week. You do have to register to attend, but stay tuned for more details coming forward as we get community input more broadly on that important topic. Okay, so next on the agenda is student dress code, and I'm going to challenge us to put a bow on this in about 20 to 30 minutes. Is there someone who's bringing forward this that has content they'd like to share, or do we just want to open it up for a conversation?
So, I don't have anything to share.
That's fine.
Biggest thing I think that has been, I won't say it's concern again, we're talking about one of the things that bring a little heartburn during the year, like again, dress code is not one of those things. I think there's so many other things. But at the same time, I think it is hard to enforce some things with dress code because it is a little vague. So just reading what is on the policy, it pretty much is saying if it's not causing a disruption to the learning environment, then it really is an issue. Most of the items any type of problem to the learning environment. At the same time, it doesn't necessarily mean the adults in the building necessarily like what is being worn. So I'm not talking about the words, right? Like anything like that that's inappropriate, we deal with that. But again, I don't think we necessarily have too much of that being a problem. But a lot of it may deal with how much skin is being shown. And so you can have an issue like that from an adult male. You may have a female wearing something that's, showing a little bit too much going on. Same way from a female dealing with a male student. Now you have to address that. But again, honestly, it's not disrupting the learning environment because again, as the students, they see this everywhere. So where they go to the mall, where they go, wherever, the clothes that are being worn are the clothes that they wear, so it doesn't disrupt them in school. It's just such and such as wearing these jeans. I like those jeans. Doesn't bother me. I just have nothing to say about it. So I think that's the tough part is enforcing that. And I think in our building, we just had our leadership work session. Try not to make rules based off of fear and control. Making rules based off of safety, right? Like, is it a safety concern? If it's not a safety concern, is this a battle that we necessarily need to be fighting? And so I don't necessarily have an answer for anything as much as just that's kind of what we're dealing with.
We're trying to get the students ready for real life work. School is their job, so should they not come? I'm not saying business attire, but if we come, modest.
I agree. Again, I think it's who's defining that, right? And then I would also say too, and when we talk about work environments, there are plenty of work environments where a lot of things are allowed, right? So again, I think a lot of it is who's defining whether we are, as a division, are going to make a definition on something. I would appreciate it being specific. So then it's not hey, it's just kind of up to me and what I feel on a particular day. Because again, if it's just not interrupting the learning environment, it's not interrupting my class, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it where somebody else may. But then are they in the wrong for making a big deal about it? Because it really wasn't disrupting their class.
Okay, well, look, I grew up in Newport, so we didn't have that.
I did too.
Do you feel like it's a disruption to learning when somebody comes in
again, us, I haven't, like, that has not been the disruption to the classroom, at least on the middle school side. That has not been kids are not coming saying, I do not appreciate what such and such.
I forgot.
Yeah,
I
they
was
don't.
hoping it was high. High school.
Yeah.
How about those hormones?
I have to agree actually with Mr. Mason that in terms of that sort of thing, we see very few instances of a situation where it is truly a distraction to the learning environment, where a student comes and says, I can't learn in class today because XYZ is wearing this particular outfit, that sort of thing. Now, do we occasionally have those one-off situations where we do have that happen? Yes, and in those cases, we do address the situation. It's kind of a one-to-one sort of thing, but I really don't feel like from a student engagement perspective that it's really a huge problem at the high school.
I was just gonna add, I didn't clear my throat. Everyone's attention. But what I was gonna say is, I think Mr. Mason said it well when the policy probably needs to be fine-tuned to add specifics in there so that there's clear mentions, especially communicating to the community and the families, the expectations. I've read some really interesting articles out just about by Forbes and different business organizations about studies that have been done. One was done by Temple University showing even by color, if you wear a certain color, you're more productive. It was really interesting. But they were just saying that when a person feels good about how they look that day, they tend to perform better and do well. And so I think, I know Ms. Maxwell had shared an article with me about uniforms, and that's not something we want to add another new thing.
Not now.
But, and the reason why she shared that was because it's a great equalizer and it kind of can prevent bullying issues. But with the clothes, I think adding specifics would help. And is there an issue with kids wearing hoodies in the classroom and really hunkering down and being very like not engaged?
For me, now, we crack down on that real hard. I'll be honest. That, again, one thing that does not bother me anymore as much as it did in the past is hats and hoodies. I just don't like it. The kids are in here, they're working hard. I think, again, if it becomes a distraction, I believe to have that conversation. But again, as the adult, all right? I'm not gonna lie, I will come into work if none of the kids are in there. I will put a hoodie on in a heartbeat, put some earbuds in, and work in my office just because I'm just comfortable that way, right? And so having conversations with the students too, which we've had some of those, like again, they're not doing anything to harm anybody, right? They're just, I got my hood on and I'm working now. If a student is trying to hide something, then we have those conversations. I would say 90 to 95% of the time, it's not the case. Like they're not doing anything. You ask me to do the assignment. I do this at home when I get work done. I just put my hood on and I was working. So I put my hat on. I was doing that when I was working. I got the assignment done. We had great, communication. Went on to the next class. Life is fine. So
I would like to, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was gonna say, I'd like to kind of piggyback on that too. I agree with Mr. Mason again that having the hoodies on in the classroom, I don't feel like is a big issue right now. And when he was talking about, there's again those issues. Sometimes you do have the kid with the headphones in and that kind of thing, but those are individual conversations that the teachers and administrators will have when we see that that's the case. I can say from personal experience that last year or the year before, when we were trying to enforce a no hoodie thing, the enforcement was actually more of a distraction than the hoodies themselves. So we found ourselves having conflict with students, removing them from class, they were missing out on their education, and so trying to enforce that was actually more of a distraction than the hoodies themselves. So, that's just my personal experience from being
I went to a hidden in plain sight that our sheriff's office did, and I was surprised that they could have hoodies that you could actually vape with still. So, it was interesting, and just because I know the more comfortable we are, sometimes we get more sleepy and that was just something that I was bringing up to keep in mind, that I think when we're trying to get these students ready for the real world and the real world expectations, that there is some expectations that when they go to certain places to dress appropriately. So, but
So I'll share some historic policy context for the board. Mr. Mason, you may remember when we were out at Bandits Ridge 2 summers ago, we had a really robust conversation specifically around hats and hoodies, and I thought your input was really valuable. And that's at the time when we said, you know what, don't policy out of fear making. I love that. And I think it was at that time we pulled hoodies out of the policy, which aligns with your recollection as well, Ms. Hudak. And then a year ago, based on some input from student groups, the young women students in our school division felt like that maybe they were being unjustly targeted, that's over too strong a word, called out, sorry, for exposing their midriff. Now, we took that out as well. I'm going to use the same out because the pendulum swung too far on any of these matters. There's a thread that is not unlike the conversation on cell phones about societal norms and what impacts instruction. I agree. I would love for students to think of themselves as coming to their job. By the way, you guys all know Bailey. I always told Bailey, school is your job. School is your job. And I would compensate her for high performance. Now, would I like to have seen all of our students have the opportunity to think about how they can present themselves as school is my job? Because every interaction is a small interview. The reality is that not all families have the same financial resources for a kid to come wearing the standards that we put forth, because maybe I've got a closet full of things that now would be counter to the policy. And then what? So I want us to try to find a happy medium here. And I agree, Mr. Mason, the current policy language is far too subjective. To point about modesty, that is an individual North Star. What I consider to be modest is not what Bailey considers to be modest. So we have to find something that is more prescriptive without being inflexible. So there's some, good luck to the policy committee on this. There's some happy medium there, and I also think that the hoodies will hopefully become less of something somebody uses. If your cell phone is now locked up, your AirPods aren't going to work because I just put your phone over there. Again, I agree with you, I don't think it's a big problem, but orientation, relationship building, engagement, and so forth, getting that 360-degree view of my surroundings. And I don't want to harp on hoodies. I don't want to harp on midriffs. I know that coming over for the eclipse, I didn't see a single student that I was like, cover up, like not one, and got the opportunity to engage with dozens of great students. So there's always room for improvement in anything. I think we do have room for improvement to be more precise in the policy, but I think we have to be careful about how far we go given different norms.
So because I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to share that.
I appreciate that. So it was in the.
It was.
Was
Hoodies
it
and
more
hats.
specific, so are we just?
No, they were specific. No hoodies and hats.
But this is for the policy. If we're thinking about being more specific, are we just going back to what we had previously?
I think it helps, and this is feedback you've shared, so if I do not recount it accurately, please hold me accountable. What happens is Mr. Mason gets a student brought into his office, and he will be egregiously accused of some form of discrimination. Oh, you're too hard on the girls, or you're too hard on this group of students, or so forth, because he doesn't have a clear standard to hold students accountable to for dress code violations. Is that fair?
Are we saying that we need to go back to saying like no midriffs showing, or pants need to? I mean, I have expectation because we have some of our kids that go to basketball, and theirs is pretty specific. I can just read a portion of it. Clothing should be fit, be neat and clean and conform to standards of safety, good taste, and decency, which is all.
Very
subjective.
subjective.
Clothing that exposes the midriff or undergarments or that is otherwise provocative is prohibited. Examples of prohibited clothing include, but are not limited to, sleeveless shirts, sagging, low-cut pants, low-cut necklines, tube tops, halter tops, backless shirts, and it goes on. So my thing is, do we go back and revisit the policy only to just write what policy was in the first place that we fixed? Or do we have something to encourage kids to dress appropriately? Like I know some schools, we had this at, now this was an elementary school, but he did bow tie Tuesdays. And the girls wore bow ties on their hair, or some girls wore bow ties too. But it was more of a dress-up day, a business day. So do we have that where we can encourage whoever wants to participate? I know we have different dress-up days for all sorts of things. But if we had a set day, if that would encourage dressing for success, that's just an idea. I'm not saying we have to do that at all. But I can understand Mr. Mason's.
I actually talked about Dr. Marty about this with the career days.
Mm-hmm.
And the first career day, it was abysmal.
It was.
Yes. But they had talking.
We did. We just reestablished the expectation for the second career day.
Because I haven't looked at the student handbook recently, do we go into specifics like what Ms. Versing just read in the student handbook about dress?
Our student handbook is a reflection of what the
Is in the policy. That's what I thought, but
Yep.
Well, we don't wear jeans anymore, we wear jogging.
Look, you can wear kittens on your legs as long as I don't have to see legs above a certain level, right? And I think some of the framing there about midriffs, cleavage, backlessness, I think that's very specific, but I am sensitive to the feedback from our female students a couple of years ago about midriffs is just speaking to generally speaking to female students. Why are we being targeted?
Because it's distracting to the boys. No?
I would say it is.
Again, I don't know if that's the distract. Again, if we're gonna keep it a boy thing, I think at that particular age, I don't think there is any one thing a female student has done. So yeah, the midriff isn't the
that wasn't the deal.
Yeah, that wasn't the I think it's just anything young lady will wear at that point.
Young people with
Matt's not missing now.
No, I think that's really good.
Mm-hmm.
What do our building level administrators need? I'm hearing now from you, Mr. Mason, hey, look, like dress code's not the thing I'm dealing with day in and day out. I'm hearing from you, Ms. Hudak, Ms. Coiner, dress code's not the thing we're dealing with day in and out. I'm hearing from the board we would like to see a higher standard of modesty in dress.
Is there something that we could just put more specifics in policy, but put it in place that it's more out there for the parents and allow the parents to be and that, hey, because the student handbook, I will tell you, it's a lot to read. And at the beginning of the year, when you have a gazillion forms to fill out, I don't think a lot of parents are reading all of the specifics.
Of course not.
So those visuals that come out on our page, our Google page, if it just says, hey, here are some dress guidelines, it at least gives an idea of what we expect when the parents are thinking of shopping for their kid or getting clothes for their kid. And it may do nothing, but at least it's something to encourage it, I guess.
Can I ask them, how do the teachers come dressed?
Nicely, the ones I've observed.
I mean, no midriffs, nothing
No,
like that.
I've never encountered a teacher and been like,
No, I'm just for background.
Yeah.
Business casual.
Because they're dressing professional way that students.
They're role
use them
modeling
as a model.
appropriate attire, 100% in my experience.
So maybe the teachers could say something like, hey, you don't see me coming in dressed like that.
Yeah, that's not going to set them up for success. Is that fair? I'm not gonna.
It's pretty fair.
I want to look out for our teachers having those one-on-one conversations.
Our boys take their hats off when they come into school, though, right?
No.
No?
So at the middle school, that has been the case. I will tell you, again, talking about battles to fight, one, because again, many of the adults do not take their hats off when they come into the school building. So again, is this a moral issue? Is this a control issue? Again, in our building, I'm trying to get us more to, is this a safety issue? If it's not a safety issue, then are we going to spend the resources and the time trying to fight something that isn't a safety issue at all? I know I've had to fight the battle of making up things. To be honest, to be like, hey, don't want you to wear the hat and hood because I got to know who's in the building. I know everybody who's in the building. We know everybody who's in the building. Whether the hood or hat on, I know you all because I'm with you 7.5 hours out of the day. So I know exactly who you are. And again, they're not hurting anybody. They have their hats. They like their hats. They like the hoods. I like my hoods. I like my hats. And I think in talking to the kids, I think that has been the best experience is talking to them. Because then in talking to them, I see that a lot of the things that we may be trying to push on them is again more fear driven and control driven instead of they tend to not fight the safety stuff. Like you know what I'm saying? Like they tend that it's no brainer. Yes, when the bell rings, we need to evacuate. They don't fight that because yes, it's a fire possible. I gotta leave. Not having your hood on, same way I did growing up, same way my parents did to their parents. Why? You know, and then you're trying to make up a story instead of just saying, I don't want you to wear your hood because I just don't want you to wear your hood. And it's really a me thing. It's really a me thing. It has nothing to do with agreed. But then again, as a kid, and we know all of this as we grow up, there's a reason I think why every generation after that tends to then fight back against it because you had no real reason for why you did it. You just said, because I said so. So again, I'm just saying being in the building, I think us being in the building, there are things, I don't mind fighting the battles. I just also would like make sure as the principal in the building, if I'm gonna fight that battle, then I just wanna have the support back and to say, parent comes and it's really not in policy, then I need you to back me up if I'm gonna fight it, because if I'm not gonna be backed up and fighting it, then I'm not gonna fight it.
And if it's not policy, like that's just a no-win situation for you. I wouldn't expect anyone to take up some charge that you don't have.
Yeah.
Like that, I wouldn't put you in that place. I said I was gonna be really good about it, and look at me, 12-19. Ms. Moses.
I would, my feeling, this is minimal compared to other things we have to deal with. Let's let it rest. And maybe, you know, just say, we could have a career day, preparedness day. You know, this if you want to go do a job interview, you need to do this. That sort of thing. And the difference between professional versus beach attire. You know.
And if I thought I could go to Capital One every day in pajamas, pajamas it would be.
Besides, I
agree. I think the cell phone thing is gonna be hard. Like, I don't wanna pile on and look like the board of doom and gloom.
changes and they're gonna think that we want them in a uniform.
Now, with that said, if I'm in your buildings and I see someone who has an opportunity out of respect for themselves, you should know I am the kind of person that will tactfully offer feedback. I know you're a wonderful student. We're so proud of you. I look forward to your bright future. To make sure we can keep all those doors open, you may want to consider. I don't want doors closed because of judgment issues on the other side of the world. Okay. Yay! Student dress code, check. Whew. School board equity goals. Dr. Camardi, is there anyone who's sharing content on this, or are we just looking back at the existing policy? How would you like to?
Yes, ma'am. I think that this is a good time for us to review the existing policy and make a determination on whether amendments are required or needed. May I also say, Madam Chair, that I promised the principals that after we covered dress code that they could go back to their buildings.
They're so great.
They are awesome. They are awesome people. I can't argue with you on that. But they've got so many duties on the homestead, so.
Okay. Thank you all. Will we see you at 4?
Yep. Well, most of them.
Okay. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
So
Appreciate it, Dr. Reese.
Y'all take care. Thank y'all. Y'all were great. Oh, yeah, no, you can stay here. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. You guys have really helped with that.
Thank you guys so much.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Tina's already gone. I see she snuck out lunch. She's got something to do.
She's got a little something. A little something hovering.
Yeah, something, right?
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for lunch.
Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course, of course. The rich engagement. This is one of my favorite meetings all year.
I understand. We get to do it a whole lot more often. Every other week we bring them in.
Okay, equity policy GBAA or JFHB, depending on how you get to us. Would we like to have a review of this, a read through? Would you like to, anybody want to speak to it? I'm happy to read it section by section if someone doesn't have it in front of them.
So I brought up the question of the need for a policy committee to advisory committee to the school board, and just bringing up that question erupted a lot of negative conversation about how, like, that I'm a racist and a bigot for bringing that question up. And that is the concern I have when we have, we talk about equity, is it and the labels, is it sometimes can make people feel like they need to protect or, I feel like it brings divisiveness. But I see where it's needed too, because we need to address that every child needs certain things to learn and access an equal education, opportunity education. The reason why I brought up the need for school board committee is because I thought there's a better way to have community engagement. That's where it is located in the policy, that we would establish I think the advisory committee, established advisory committee is in part 5, community engagement. And I thought more personal connections and involvement with our community would help with bringing down the level of negativity that can come with it, or the tension, that's a better word, tension. Because, when we're talking about topics like this, that we say that, people may not always understand where the other person is coming from, you have to be able to feel comfortable sharing something, even though it may not be what is understood by the other person, so that they can learn. That's how you learn, is by asking questions. So when we can't even have a discussion, and it becomes a problem. So the reason why I thought, was it necessary? I just wanted to hear from our advisory committee why they felt it was needed. And looking at the report that they gave, that they established leaders last year, and then they planned a forum that didn't come about. So I'm thinking, well, we didn't really utilize the committee that much, and maybe I was looking for more input because this is my first time on the board. What input have you gotten? Well, I feel like Dr. Geyer has given us data during those presentations on how to meet different groups. I feel like we have a non-discrimination policy, and that means that we have this policy. We have programs that principals have put in place in the schools to make sure that everybody is celebrated and recognized, and that we're teaching history appropriately. So my thing is, when I say, do we have a committee for committee's sake, wasn't trying to be racist or bigoted or feel like we don't need to answer to any concerns of the community. So I'm sorry that's the way it came across, but I'm sorry it came across that way. And I just think, could we revisit the policy for 5 and see, could it be reflective to establish more, how are we going to engage the community That's where I'm gonna start the conversation.
Great.
I
No,
hope
no,
that
no.
did not
That
come
was-
across the
That's a great
wrong
place.
way.
So we have this advisory committee, right?
Yes.
I don't know what has gone on. Do we have a report? Do we have?
We did this past
Yeah,
school
you're
board meeting.
referencing that. Okay,
Right,
I'm totally with that.
So when I was reading that report,
I understand.
that's what I'm referencing is the productivity of the report. And here's the other thing, is we demand a lot of our administration, our staff, the people, to form a committee to meet at different times of the year. I'm not saying we don't address issues. I think when parents have issues, they use the proper channels. It sometimes comes to the school board. We hear those concerns, they're addressed. How much do we need the advisory committee to just have people pulled to meet every so often, just to meet? Is it meeting the needs that we need to have community engagement on this issue? And is there different ways to do that? And maybe I didn't articulate that as well this past school board meeting, but that was my intention to say, hey, is it still necessary? Is there other ways we should have things in place already that it should be, equity should be the needs of our students and what they need to learn should be addressed in all facets of the school community in the programs that we have already.
Say that instead of having an advisory committee that just meets a couple times a year, have an advisory committee that meets when need be. In case there's a problem.
We could do
In
that.
case someone.
We could always bring forth another advisory committee if a big problem arose. That was my understanding of an advisory committee, is that they form them when necessary. There's two that we have to have, that are by law, we have to have those advisory committees. So this one was just like, okay, this was brought up, we had an advisory committee for a time to meet some needs. Do we still need it just for, and how many times do they meet a year?
I mean, I didn't come on till obviously January after I was elected.
Yeah.
So we probably met, I mean, Dr. Corrigan was in there with me. How many
Yeah.
times do you think we met? Maybe 4?
I believe it was monthly when we were planning to have the event that didn't take place. But I believe the standard meeting schedule is quarterly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we were meeting monthly while we were planning.
So that was my only question. It wasn't to take away from anything or be divisive. It was just to say, is there a necessary need for it right now? And I have heard from some in the public that they feel like it's needed because there are certain issues, but do we address those issues in a personal way, like we've been talking about other things? When people have personal conversations, they tend to go better than when we have bigger groups and groups are getting upset with each other and it's causing a lot of tension and we're not making any headway with the conversation. But that's just my thought, and if we do have one, shouldn't the school board be welcome to be able to ask questions for better understanding? Because if we don't have that dialogue, no one's going to learn anything. So it's just going to be one group's way versus another versus another.
Oh, okay. Did the equity committee come up with problems?
Well, we were going to have a community engagement session where people were going to be able to discuss things that maybe impact them, and there was going to be an organization there that helped facilitate the conversations, right?
Mm-hmm. And that was a challenge. We didn't have the facilitators, and there was originally a postponement, and a postponement turned into cancellation for the same reason.
Right.
Okay, but is there a problem?
That's a
Give y'all some background.
Yes,
Just give y'all some background, because all of you are new except for you. And I don't know that they've had a community engagement, but there are reports from, I think it started out as MISAC and then they changed the name. But there are reports that have been given annually to the board, but they were meeting once a
they started, and they held these community engagement meetings throughout the county. And part of what were issues were the lack of minority teachers in the school. There was a year that there were no black teachers at all at the high school and very few at the middle. And so those were issues that came out. It engaged the community, it engaged teachers, it engaged administrators, it engaged students. And they had the facilitator there who kind of led the process, but there were groups of people that worked on different issues, and they took those issues back and came up with a report and developed goals of how to address these things. And I think the value in that was that I don't know what your numbers are now, but you had about 300 black students in your whole 2,600. So that gave them an opportunity to share their concerns with the board, and this is what that committee did. They hear concerns, and I think you all may have students on it now because they had students there.
Like a separate entity.
Well, they had students on it in the past that would bring information back to the committee to look at. So it was really a way to have a diverse group of people share their concerns concerning the school system and bringing that to a board that may not relate to those concerns or hear those concerns or live those concerns. And that's what that VSAC, I don't know what it's called now. AC. That was what they did. And I attended several of those community meetings. You had law enforcement. I mean, you had people from different professions at these meetings, as well as students and parents at those meetings to give input into that whole process. And the committee set their goals and shared that information with the school board throughout the year as something to facilitate you developing goals and objectives that will address those concerns. But the real concern was that you had a diverse group of people who were sharing concerns that you all not going to hear. Regardless of the open door and the call me, you're not going to hear it because people aren't always open to people in government. So they're not going to share that, but they shared it at those meetings, at those little round tables with very few people there. And those things, the facilitator that you had there had report outs from that, and that's how they developed their programs. And I've heard several of their reports throughout the years, very informative, not divisive at all. It's just information sharing to help the board facilitate policies and procedures. And you all talked about dress code. One of the things that came out of those were t-shirts and garments that had wording on it that was offensive, that caused students to get into conflict with each other, being a part of the school board dress code and to eliminate those.
And that's still part of the policy.
But that was one of the things that came out of that committee, is hearing this from students. And these weren't students that were engaged in the conflict, it's just their observation as being students in the school.
So who spearheads this?
At that time, it was a bunch of community people, it was administrators, school board members, I guess you would.
Those are members, but who?
Spearheaded.
Who would take the initiative?
Yeah. Henry, who spearheaded
Henry Jones.
is the teacher at our schools, but he's also the head of this particular committee.
Okay. But it hasn't always been the teacher. It really, in the past, it's been parents. Parents who had students in the school system who were chairing the committee.
So it sounds more like we need a reorganization.
He is a parent.
He's a parent too, yeah.
Right. Yeah, he wears two hats. He's a school teacher as well.
Okay. But it is a very and I say this having participated, very informative. And I wasn't on the committee. I was a community person that was at the that happened. And honestly, I was disappointed that they were not held this year for whatever reason, but they were an opportunity in a constructive way of sharing information and bringing that information back to the board. Now, all the school board members weren't at those sessions, but you did have representation there. There were a couple, I guess, there, and they were participants. And so they were coming at it from the school board level. The teachers were coming at it from the educators, the principals were there from educate, the parents were there giving their parental views, the students were there giving their views, and then you had community people who were there giving their input into the process. So it was a way of getting engagement from the community. That's just one committee. So I have to say, I think that it has been very beneficial to the movement because I've noticed the policy changes. And my son grew up here and went to school, and I was at the school board meetings probably longer than some of you all have been in the world almost. You know, and I saw the transformation because of people listening and sharing information. And a lot of times people are not going to come. I mean, unless they get upset, they'll come to the meeting and say things. But I think if we're looking at being constructive, that committee is probably one of the most constructive that I've observed.
Thank you.
The divisive commentary sometimes or language that, and it might not be taking place in usually, but I would like to know, I don't know from anyone in the school, are we using language that says by color, like you need to own your whiteness or your privilege, or you are disadvantaged and you're going to have all these roadblocks and you won't be able to succeed because of your color? Is that kind of, or your oppressor?
That in the school system,
So,
and you know, so if that, I think we have to be careful to not hear one or two people comment and think that it applies to everybody. You know, we're really talking about an opportunity to hear people's views that are different from ours and accept that and ask questions about why do you feel that way and what experience have you had. And there have been some experiences that we need to share, but not see it as an attack. And that those are the things that I think we all have to be careful of. Is not seeing as people attacking, even though it may be, but your role as leaders is to do what's best for all the students. And so you have to, you know, put things. What's in this committee definitely addressed a segment of the student, but what was done benefited all the students.
Does
You
this
know,
committee now have parents, educators?
Michelle's on this committee, so.
Oh, I understand that,
Okay.
but that's what I was trying to get from you the other day. Are all those groups represented on this committee now? Parents, outside influence that want to say something that won't come to school board meetings, are all those people engaged in that committee? That's what I was trying to get from you to tell me the other day,
Right.
who those people were.
Yeah, and I shared that list with you of who.
Yeah, but they were
attended.
emails, they weren't.
Yeah,
who
because
they
I don't
were.
have the list of everybody except through their email.
And you only get a name then.
Yeah.
You don't get a role on the committee.
Okay, so we don't
And
know
I
who
think
they
what Ms.
are.
Hobbs is describing is a community event that had that more broad scope and reach.
I understand all that.
Yeah,
But what we're doing now is not what she's talking about.
I can't speak to that.
No,
I'm
we
not
were
certain.
trying to do that.
Right.
We were trying.
So,
Okay,
so to
we
be
do
clear,
have-
we
do have that committee.
we do. The advisory committee is made up of parent representatives from each of the 5 schools.
Okay, that's what I wanted
Yes,
to
ma'am.
know. Okay, that's was my question.
Is it my understanding that when you guys do meet, you break up into smaller groups? Is that what
that
you're
was
saying?
the big meeting that you all were planning.
Yes.
And in each group, they had parent, student, administrator, a counselor, or, you know, they had law enforcement, they had different entities at
the
various
plan
papers.
for this one. Really
But
focused.
that was the big meeting, the community meeting.
Right.
Now, the structure of the
These were more
advisory
just,
committee.
like administrative, just chat. Most of the meetings ended up being talking about what we had planned for that group, or, the community meeting, so that was most of what.
But I can tell you that your committee was very diverse. I don't know what it looks like now because I'm not familiar with the members of it, but it was very diverse, and that was one of the things before any of it. Angela, I don't know if you were on the board when we did the community forum with the board members and the superintendent. That was very informative, very well received, and this was student-led forum. And so that's what you get from that committee, from what I recall, was to just be a voice for things that just don't normally come to surface. But it never was a divisive committee. So I don't know, you know.
I appreciate Tom's perspective of, there's things that may be going on for people that they're just not gonna come tell you. Cause you're the perception of government, and by the way, I'm not the
And people
government.
have bad experience, have
They
had
have
bad
negative
experience
experience, and so
in the
there's
school
there's
system.
no rapport, no trust, whatever the case may be, and so they're just not, they'll talk to their neighbor, they'll talk to their friend, but it's not gonna bubble up to our attention, which is unfortunate.
But we don't have public comment, we don't have conversation.
We don't have conversation, but she's saying they're not even gonna come for public comment.
Well, what I see is, as a citizen, is that you get people when they get upset, they come.
Right. But that's it.
And this committee was supposed to be the catalyst to prevent
The
things that happen, the root of the problem that from getting upset.
Right.
It's now your people would go to the members of your committee and share their concerns, and that committee would come back and share it with you as a committee. But that is just the reality of people experiences in the education system.
So it sounds like we need a little revamping of the committee.
So that is not directly in the purview of the policy. That's within the purview of the committee.
Right.
Okay.
And,
Do you agree with that, Dr. Carney?
Let me try me one more time on that one.
I mean, do you feel it needs to be revamped, or what it is just need to be expounded on, or?
I'm not really sure if it needs to be revamped. I think it needs to reestablish its momentum. From what I understand, there was a lot, and as Ms. Hobbs just alluded to, at one point there was a lot of momentum, and some of that has sort of waned a little bit.
do you think like the COVID thing, do you think that kind of?
I think that I'm gonna be honest with you and share some things that I heard, but that recommendations were made by committee to the boards that were not acted on. And I think when you don't act, people think you don't care, and so people drop off committees or don't invest as much in those committees. And so I think that is probably what has happened with some of the people who stop participating, is that they don't feel that things get done. But I can tell you, if you look back through minutes, you will see their reports, and they have given some excellent reports. And some of their actions have led to diversity in the hiring process. Student Academy that you have was one of those initiatives that came out of that committee to try to get students of color to engage in the education field. And so those are things that came out of those efforts of discussing, what do we need to do as an organization to improve this issue. And so they didn't just say this is the problem. They came up with some suggestions on, how best to address this.
This is a different board. We're a different board. We want to hear from them.
Yeah.
Definitely. Not just when you have a problem or it gets, things get really out of hand. Like, we want to hear this stuff so we know things that need to change. Because if nobody's telling us and people are just talking in the community about it, but we're not hearing it, then we don't know. But I
because you had community members on that committee, people were talking to them and they were meeting as a committee to um, develop a plan of things that they know you all by policy would have to approve to come before the board and share these,
Please, have them come to us.
information. But I would say to you is the value of having that committee is that it is a means of getting information from people that you don't normally get coming to the meeting, and I think that um, is hearing you said about people having the resources and what have you. Goochland does a great job. If you let us know you got a problem,
Yeah.
they do a great job addressing the problems. I never had any problems in the years my son went to school here, but I can't say that I have not heard other parents who have not had problems, and that's why I come and talk. I come and say stuff. But you hear things in the community. I'm not born and bred here, so but what I hear is that this is always the way it's always been done. They don't listen to us, and that has not been my experience, but this is what you hear, and I hear it more than on occasions. I hear it a lot. People just don't have the confidence that they're being heard or listened to.
As someone who is born and bred here, 4 generations strong, I have to refute that wholly because I remember a time when there was blatant discrimination in our schools. And it's disheartening. My father went to this high school before desegregation. So, no, it's not the same as it was, but that doesn't mean that we don't always have room for improvement.
Right.
So I will just put that on the record. Because I think it's unfortunate because what we do is we have to recognize how far we've come and acknowledge how far we've yet to go. Human improvement is a lifelong journey. There's no destination.
And just keeping that door open to hear those things that are not in your circle, or people are not coming to you and saying this is a way of doing that. Is having that opportunity there where they can go to someone that can bring those issues to your attention.
Thank you.
And I think the important thing is when we do have a forum like that, we have diversity of thought, so people can learn together. And it's not just because that was my concern my concern, like I initially said, is if we don't want to pull administration and everybody to form this if we're not going to utilize it. But what you described happening prior, if there were good communication in the community and it was bringing unification, people together, and people were learning from each other, that's what I see as a good thing. I just, there's been a lot of divisiveness, and I would hate for it to be where I know that it was just not held, the meeting wasn't held last year because we didn't have people to
There was some
facilitate.
some hiccup with the facilitator.
Right. So we actually had the meetings. The meetings were held, and they were held throughout the course of the year. The February forum did not occur.
Yeah. Okay. I said I would keep us on track, so I apologize to move us on because I'm now 10 minutes past what I said I would do. No, very, very important, but I want to make sure there are no final thoughts. It doesn't feel like there's any immediate action in response to this agenda topic. Is that what I'm hearing?
Right.
Okay. Anything else anyone would like to add before I move us on to metal detectors? Okay. Dr. Camardi?
Yes, ma'am. I'll give a little bit of background on this. This was really born out of a conversation that I had with the vice chair and Ms. Robinson during a 2x2 when the question was asked about weapons detection devices at each of our schools. Our partners in law enforcement have asked that we try to adopt the term weapons detection. So I'm going to refer to it today as weapons detection as opposed to metal detection. Subsequent to that, I shared with the entire board just some surface cost of what it took for us to implement this in my prior stop. I think that they were 2022 costs. but they were $168,000 for a dual lane system per entryway per school. So
In 2022.
in 2022. And I shared that information first to give you some context on what these things would cost, but as importantly, to share the enormity of this as it could have great implications on our budget. I'm certainly not saying that it's not a worthwhile conversation to have. I certainly follow the lead of the board on that, but it does come with a very extreme cost. These were systems that were by a provider called Evolve, and Mr. Martin has some familiarity with them as well. But the detection systems were akin to what they use at Busch Gardens and other theme parks, whereas it would, before you even get to the entryway, it would have scanned your person and your bag and belongings, and it sort of does it based on density and object shape. So even if you had something that wasn't metal, but it was contraband, it would still be picked up by this detection system. Something we should always think about when we're weighing whether or not this is an avenue that we want to go in is personnel. It's not enough just to have the detection system. You've got to have the personnel available to conduct the search, school-based personnel, not law enforcement, to conduct a low bar search where all we need is a reasonable suspicion that a child is in possession of contraband. And then naturally an SRO who's on hand, which we do have, thankfully, to step in the event contraband is found and now it reaches the threshold of a crime, having contraband on school grounds. Um, Many places, my previous stop, we used teaching staff to do that. It was not the most popular arrangement because it's early morning before the bell, and folks had to either adjust themselves to get there super early so that they can do the things they needed to do to ready for the instructional day and then be down at a surveying station, or it's additional staff, which also carries budget implications.
Thank you for the overview. Can you refresh my memory? Was there some potential for a grant here?
There was. So we heard from Robin Hillman. We were going to take a look at applying for a grant in unison with Fire and Rescue. But then we found out that that grant was specific to equipment for graduations and large gatherings and not day to
We'll get
day.
that next year.
I don't know if we pursued it or not once we found that out.
I think you have 2 days.
2 days left? Well, that was a part of it. It was a short, right, you're right. There was a short turnaround on the grant application. And then once we realized that it wasn't going to make our dreams come true across the board, we backed out.
And I don't know if someone in this room has the answer to this question. How frequently are students bringing, we'll use your word, contraband?
All right, if we're talking weapons,
It's almost never.
I don't recall one in the year that I've been here.
And I can't recall one other than maybe a kid's got the wrong kind of pocket knife on them.
Mm-hmm.
I know that, and again, I'm not in the building every day, but I think it's my understanding when we do have the sheriff's office do their searches, they don't let me pet the dogs.
Right.
But it's drugs.
Right. Well, now if we're talking vape pens, that's a different conversation.
But that's not a
But if you're talking about things that would be direct and immediate threats to public safety, not that type of contraband. But, and if I may quote you, Ms. Moses, when we had our conversation, Ms. Moses said something to the effect of, well, they didn't at the other places until they did. Do you remember that conversation? So I put that out there to be fair, in not in advocacy or not as an opponent, but just to have a full palette of information.
So I'd love perspectives from anyone on this.
If it's okay, I'd love to add, when I really think back over the past 5 years, even though we don't have weapon detection systems, we've made major improvements with school safety, whether it's the creation of vestibules at each of our schools, so there's a separate entrance for visitors. We have school resource officers in all of our schools. Our school resource officers and our administrators do safety audits. They do them at the end of the year, a very comprehensive one, but they also do them throughout the year. We work really closely. We're so lucky to have such an amazing partnership with the sheriff's office, to where even
less than a month ago, they were training our administrators on searches and seizures, searches and seizures. We also have lockdowns and intruder drills. We're getting ready to do a full-scale functional exercise with even fire and rescue on some other family assistance center types of things. So the partnerships that we have with our community are really great. I know Dr. Cromartie, I guess I won't speak for him, I feel very comfortable in picking up the phone and calling Sergeant Lebo or others anytime we have any kind of security issue, and they are very forthcoming with information for us to make sure that our schools are safe too. So I think there are other things that we're doing, and I just don't want those things to be lost in this discussion too.
And to be fair on that, with that point, what we didn't have at my previous stop, where we did have the metal detections, was an SRO assigned to every school. At that time, we didn't. We ultimately evolved, and I believe they're there. We were close when I left. That was part of my work. But we didn't have an SRO assigned to all the schools like we do here, which is a huge variable.
It's a huge variable, and I'm hearing $1 million capital outlay.
At least.
For nice round numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Plus an ongoing investment of human resources
Absolutely.
for staffing. And I'm going to put another variable out there that is not quantifiable. I never want our schools to feel like a prison. I never want coming into our school to feel like going through TSA to get on an airplane. I want to build, and by the way, for schools that have suffered just unspeakable tragedies, we pray it never happens on our watch. But I'd rather promote a culture of welcome and make students already feel safe without having some big perimeter check.
Mm-hmm.
That now they're starting to question, am I safe? Right. I'm coming in here. Is there a reason you're doing this now?
Mm-hmm.
We got threats, is there, right? Because that's the psychological takeaway. We all know when we go through TSA while we're being sent through screening at TSA. I don't want that same burden in the back of every student's mind when they come into the building about whether or not it's safe to be at school. So I am not in favor of this at this time, but I also defer to experts like our building administrators, our central office team, our sheriff's office, and so forth, but I would not pursue this today. I said it earlier, we're so blessed to live in a safe community. I would hate to taint that perception by kind of overreaching.
How do we look at sporting events? And I can't speak to that. Yeah. Are we, I mean, like coming onto the football field or coming into, I mean, are we, do we feel good about?
So those are events that are covered typically through the portable walkthrough and
Right.
wands.
At the football games.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they do that with fidelity.
Okay.
I went to with the exception of one, every home football game last year, and they were doing that with fidelity. There is a lot of times there's the optics of increased safety when you have. I'll give an example. What we utilized at graduation. I believe that when you have that many people come into a venue, and we'll likely do that again, even if it's on a rental. When you have that many people come into a venue, some of them likely not from our community, then you need to increase the optics of that surveillance, if not increase that surveillance itself in totality. But yeah, they have the wands, and I believe, Dr. Gary, you may correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they've got on casters, the portable walkthrough as well.
That was every game, but we certainly have in the past.
We did a graduation after Uvalde.
Mm-hmm.
Graduation we had this year was not the evolved systems. It's marginally cheaper. It's more the evolved system's portable like a grand piano.
Yeah.
The evolved system is easier to use, and it's more. With evolved, there's a tablet involved. The person's walking through on the evolved system, it will actually highlight on the person's body where it's detected the object. The Athena one will say that that person has an object.
We'll tell you what we picked up on most often right after installation in my prior stop wasn't students. It was parents and others coming to the building with legal carries,
Right, but forgetting it's a gun-free zone.
not forgetting, just not knowing that we'd upped
Oh.
our ante here. Not forgetting, they fully aware, but now we've got methods in place to catch and detect people. Um, Sometimes it would be off-duty law enforcement officers and things of that situation. But I say that to illustrate they do what they're billed to do. I mean, the weapons detection system, at least the Evolve system, I'd say they're getting every nickel of their $168,000 per entryway per dual passage. But it's not children, it's not students.
I think the best deterrent is preventative, and that sheriff's office car sitting right out front of that school.
That helps.
And if we're not seeing a problem, like, hey, we're finding things, we're dealing with things, I don't know that we're mitigating something beyond the measures we already have in place. Now, that doesn't mean that a year from now this isn't a different conversation, but again, I'm really like, where are other board members here? I don't want to be the only
I
voice.
think you've stated everything that I would
okay.
state. I agree. I think that the fact that we've talked about a lot of things that have got to be put in place, and then to try and get a team that's going to be going through everything coming in, if it's not necessary, and the cost, and because our data shows that that it's unnecessary.
Well, I'm sure we could come up with a lot of ways to use $1 million plus.
Yeah,
I bet
I'm
we
pretty
could.
sure we could. Yeah. But I agree, it's something that we just table for another time, that we revisit at another time.
And we remain ever so vigilant.
Yeah, and we are blessed to have those SROs, because there's so many
We are.
schools that don't know that. And then also too, that vestibule situation is amazing.
Mhm.
I mean, talk about a deterrent.
I think that's a huge
deterrent.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, Dr. Wagner brought up a lot of good points too. Thank you.
I'm okay with it being, considered by the administrators and all. But I don't think that it should be forgotten.
Nope.
And I do take a little bit of issue with don't want them to feel like they're in danger, like because they have to walk through after a school shooting somewhere else. They might feel better knowing that the next day that they're walking through something that's going to detect something else.
So I think that's a really good point, Ms. Moses. Maybe in a slow information gathering thing, we start to try to get a temperature check from staff and students over time. Like, let's not ring an alarm bell.
And the other option is
Get some intel.
But to that point, I will bring up, just not with this topic, but our kids have been so inundated with safety measures, and it really takes a toll on, I mean, it's taken a toll on a couple of my children, that it's just on the back of their always having to think about it. I know that, if you tell a kindergartner, don't play on that, it's gonna hurt you, don't play on that, it's gonna hurt you, what do? They don't play on it, they'll avoid it, and they won't ever do it. Like swimming too, you try to tell a kid, oh, you're gonna, you could drown, this has happened to this many. You talk about that too much, it removes the risk play to learn through play. So there is something to that too. But I agree with what you guys have said, that it's not a topic that we forget. But who knows where we'll be next year? They might have something that's not seen that can alert, set off. Yeah, that the kids can just walk through in mass and dings the bell if something happens. So.
Thank you for doing the research. Yes, ma'am.
Just a disclaimer. The fact that we've talked about it and have probably decided not to, something happens.
Ms. Moses, I go to sleep every day that students are in the building and give thanks to God that they came and left safely. After Uvalde, a couple of years ago, there were some real hard conversations on the board about not on air watch, and I take that to heart. The same reason that I have confidence in our SROs that are in the building, our administrators, our teachers, and even other students to be just, stuff gets reported all the time. Hey, so-and-so's, doing such and so forth. But yes, I don't know that that prompts us to make a decision that's probably outside of our means fiscally and counter to our culture in our community. But yes, I hear you. I am not, oh, don't worry. Uvalde happened 2 weeks before graduation. And, there were conversations like, we hold graduation. So it's a heavy burden. And I'm sure none heavier than for our SROs every day. Thank you. This has been great, robust debate. Now we do have to shift to.
Can I ask a question?
Please, Mr. Martin.
I want to point out there is another grant out there to the Virginia Public School Authority as a school safety grant.
Okay.
Historically, we apply for it every year. It's under the broad category, video surveillance, glass, vestibules, guard access are all eligible. It's very hit and miss with us because one of the factors they look at, the age of the building, is one, and
right.
to make it to that level. We've gotten sporadic funding. It's not a guarantee. You can get up to $250,000 per year. We've never gotten anywhere close. Sometimes we will get like a surprise.
Last
Found
year
money
we
in
got
the
it
account.
just because there were funds left over from the previous year that were unallocated, but. And also, I think we look at crime in your community as well, so that we very rarely.
It's not a DOE, it's the Department of General Services, but it's for schools. And we apply for it every year. I do most of the legwork for it. I bid quotes and things like that. Nothing ever comes on the door, which is kind of a source of frustration with me because I don't have a funding source for camera repairs and things like that on so much an ongoing basis. But for things like this, the last couple of years, this is what I've been asking. We've not gotten it. Point out that's due next week as well. It's a very simple form to fill out.
And when you apply for this grant, is it itemized, meaning like I'm applying for X piece of equipment?
You tell them what school, like Newtown Elementary will not be eligible.
It's brand new.
Or a school that's going to be retired in the next number of years. Weapons detection, surveillance, card access, vestibules. There's a. You just tell them what school, what category, what. It doesn't have to be an exact dollar. There's a 25%. The weapons detection also. It's not, you're not buying the system, you're also buying an ongoing AI service. So there's a subscription.
Thank you.
We all have that information.
No, I appreciate it. I think one thing to keep in mind too is out of, Uvalde was the one in Texas, right? How many of the incidences, statistically speaking, what is the likelihood of it happening in a school? But then, which of those incidents would have been prevented because of the system? Because with Uvalde, somebody left the door open.
Yeah.
And, people that plan to do bad things
They'll find a way.
typically don't follow procedure. So that's something to keep in mind too. And I think, the other one where they charge the school, coming into the school, that's where I think vestibules and we went that route. Because if with these devices, it would have to have somebody there to man it. So if somebody came during we're best with the vestibule and being very consistent with checking in people the right way for that. But so you have to kind of look at those incidents that have happened and would these prevent something like that. But it's kind of like we said, things can happen because they're
retired warden of the prison, we had metal detectors everywhere. Yet, criminals are creative. We had razor wire, we had fence all around the face. They threw a football, a basketball over the fence into the rec yard. And so you might control the building, but if you're going out that building at any point in time, you know, there are other opportunities. The lady in Texas was a parent that went into that school herself to get her child. How did she get in there? Even in a crisis with all the police there. So it's a deterrent. Metal detectors are deterrents. They don't stop the criminal element. And I did that for 35 years.
That's good.
Yep.
Yeah. They want to do it bad enough, unfortunately.
Any other thoughts on metal detectors? Okay, so now we are shifting from information items into action items, and I do need a motion from a board member to entertain discussion of our first action item, please.
Madam Chair, I move that we discuss the VSBA membership dues.
I second. Great, it's been motioned and properly seconded to discuss. Don't need anything more than that to discuss. So, VSBA membership dues is open for conversation.
If I may start.
You may indeed.
I feel very strongly about this. VSBA is it's statewide. Is there a word called make it look something like that? It's basically in every school system. They make the policy for the most part. I mean, yes, we have say about it, but they are the ones that write the policies, send them on. We do have some allowance to modify them. They do have training. They do have training. We already talked about the policy making. They do advocate their positions in the school boards, and they lobby. They do a lot of lobbying. I have, I didn't bring the whole thing. It's about, and it's about this thick of the legislative policies from 2023, January 2023. I do have a page that I pulled out. Gosh, everything got mixed around. Oh, here we go. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have it. I thought I had that. This is dealing with the VSBA lobbying process, part 3. Individual member versus school board versus VSBA positions. And I'm just going to hit some of it. I'm not trying to condense it down to just what I want to say. This is just what hit me wrong. Just as actions taken by your local board, regardless of the vote tally, become official actions positions of the board, actions taken by the VSBA Delegate Assembly become official actions positions of the VSBA and its member boards. And then it goes on to say, this point is emphasized on page 23 of Virginia School Board's manual for Virginia school board members, that only the actions of the board determined and taken in legally held meetings hold any validity or authority. The opinions and convictions of the individual members have weight only as they contribute to the discussions and considerations shaping the decisions of the board. Naturally, the several members will not think alike on all these subjects which will come before the board, and it's not desirable that they do so. The principle of majority rule must apply and does apply, but this should not result in the division of the board into majority and minority factions. That's everyday school board stuff. As far as the lobbying is concerned, no school board in Virginia is bound by any position of the association. Any board that wishes to adopt a legislative position differing from the actions taken by the VSBA Delegate Assembly needs only to meet after the VSBA Delegate Assembly meeting, that's in November, and adopt a local position. In bold, absent that action and notification to VSBA, school boards that participate in the VSBA delegate assembly, even if they were on the losing side of a particular vote, will be represented as supporting the VSBA position.
Thank you.
That's the way lobbying works.
That hit me hard. That hit me wrong. I've talked to several people. They had no idea this was in there. I've talked to people in the know. They had no idea that this was in there. I don't know what votes were taken last January. I'm sorry, November. Or what happened this November for January. We have to keep up on this. Because if we don't agree with it, I don't want Goochland's name on the list of Goochland accepts this. Goochland is for this. And which means we have got to really stay on top of things. Or we have to leave the SBA. I do not feel this is appropriate. I do have some questions after thinking about this. Okay, what are the purposes of VSBA? Okay, I don't need answers. Think about it in your own mind. Okay, if VSBA lobbies for the state, then a non-member board would also benefit, right? Okay, why are member boards of VSBA de facto in agreement with their annual votes for legislative policies? Why do we have to opt out if we're not in agreement? So the county will be on their we agree list. Do larger school systems get more non-policy services? Then why do they pay so much more? Why is taxpayer money being put towards lobbying we may not agree with? And when we're talking about lobbying, the Fairfax, they're going to care more about them than Goochland because they pay more. It's all based on what your annual budget is. What support services are included in board dues? Okay, monthly newsletter, legislative update from J.T. Kessler. That's about it. Not much. VSBA says boards may elect not to participate. Why can't individual members vote not to participate? It's a board thing. It's inclusive. SBMA, it's a member thing. You have your own right to choose. Okay. Support services. Let's see. SBMA. Okay. Well, the annual membership, $250 per member. You get monthly coffee and connect. I think we're going to change it to burger and connect. Time of day. Okay. Friday mornings is hard for people to work. Monthly newsletter. VSBA, you pay $400 annually. Monthly newsletter from SBMA is free. Audit services, $4,000 for SBMA, and the VSBA does not offer this service. They audit.
You don't use them as an auditor.
I don't think they do. Legislative updates. Okay, would they both have about the same $600 difference? Strategic plan services. Okay, SBA MA does have that. It's a little hefty, $5,000, but the SBA doesn't have it. So, you know, I don't feel like, my feeling is that VSBA makes the policies and we as school board members, or we as school boards, rubber stamp them. That's the goal. They write it, we say, oh yes, you think that's best. We don't have any real say in it. Other people. I mean, I'm sure that I have more to say, but I'm feeling a little, I gotta calm down. The blood pressure's gotta go down a little bit.
Well, I'm going to address some of the comments that were brought to the board at the school board meeting, that because VSBA has been in business for 116 years, that's why we should go with them. Well, I've been in education a long time, and I'm always told that you should try new things. And just because a group has just started doesn't mean we should discount them just for that reason, especially because our country had some founding fathers that decided to try a new thing after being with a monarchy for so long. That I think choice is good. I think another option for school boards to choose between is good. And if something were to go, hey, we don't really like this isn't working for us, we could always choose, make a different choice. So that's why choice is good. And I do like the fact that SBMA does allow individual membership. And hopefully, because of them having a choice, SBMA, how it's already benefited Virginia school boards is because it's bringing accountability to one group that has had so much control and power in directing school boards and education systems. I will add with the membership thing between SBMA and VSBA. SBMA believes the role of the school board is very different from that of the superintendent, which is why we only allow board members to join. I totally, completely understand that. Superintendents have their own association. School board members should be chosen and should be able to receive the training that they need to do their job, especially because they're in a different role. Also, the core principles, SBMA believes the role of the school board is to provide governance, oversight over the entire school division. The board members are elected officials accountable to taxpayers. Where VSBA trains members, they have 3 responsibilities: hire a superintendent, pass their policies, and pass their budget. And I remember being trained on those 3 things. So I am for giving the school board member alliance an opportunity to give it a try. Also because the membership is less. It's a less of a cost. I think it's $250 per member, where we pay $5,000. I think it was over $5,000. I can't remember the total.
It's almost $6,000.
Yeah, it's almost $6,000.
$59.32.
And each of their sessions, if you sign up for their sessions, it can be anywhere between $100, to all the way up to, depending on if you have to travel and stay someplace and all of that. The other thing I wanted to address with the 2 associations that was brought up was one being partisan, and there was a lot of talk about this one's partisan, this one's partisan. There's a lot of education topics that are happening in the government right now. And the issue I have with that is I have seen video footage of VSBA lobbying and talking and making fun of one party's group, and to me that's unprofessional. That wasn't nonpartisan when they're presenting those bills.
Where was that?
I can share those links with you after this.
Capitol Conference in January,
And-
last January.
And then when the governor was speaking, he was heckled by board members
7 people.
at the VSBA. I don't care if it was one person or not.
I was
It's a
there.
professional organization. They should have had some respect for our governor and whatever governor is up there. So to me, there is partisan. If you want to talk about partisan, you can't just say, well, this group is partisan, that group is partisan. When I went to I've gone to training on both. I really felt that there were some political talking points in the one that I went to with VSBA. When I went to the SBMA one, they talked about the SOQs, they took us to the VDOE site. We went through strategic planning on what we need to do with the SOQs and how we evaluate our superintendent, what forms are available to us, what resources. It was very just, here it is, here are the materials, this is how you use it. So that's my opinion. I feel like I would rather give, I'm glad that there's an option. I think it helps capital society, it helps having competition. So I think if it's something that doesn't work, it's something that we can say, hey, let's go back, and it wouldn't hurt to save some dollars this year.
I don't want to say what she said, but she basically reiterated a lot of what I was thinking. Because I have been to trainings for both, and you really nailed it regarding how it was when we went to the SBMA training. It was very regimented, this, and this. There was not then I also went to the national convention last November, and
State. That's just state.
oh, that was state. Sorry,
Yeah.
I said national. Sorry,
Yeah,
state
state.
convention, and yeah, I mean, and so I went into a bunch of different trainings on various topics, from AI to I can't remember. There was a couple. Actually, I probably attended like at least 5 or 6 different trainings, but you can tell there's definitely a lean, and you know that's fine. I mean, you know, whatever. I don't really care, but I felt like I got more out of the training with SBMA because it was so succinct. So it was basically like, this is what you need to know. This is how you do it. Ta-da.
And it was all linked to the VDOE. It
Yeah,
was
everything was,
everything
yeah,
that they showed
everything
us
was
right
exactly
from there.
Exactly.
And the law.
Yeah, exactly. So, and of course, like anything else in life, like anytime something's like has a big monopoly on something, like you know Google or whoever, you know, when you AT&T at one, you know, when they were starting to take over everything, it's nice to have options. And again, this isn't something written in stone where we're deciding that this is how it's going to be from now on to eternity. I mean, this is like a 1-year thing. If it's something that we don't end up liking or it doesn't go how we think or whatever else, then we go back to the SBA, and you know we've saved some money because it's less money, which we definitely need to save right now. And that's just my 2 cents.
Dr. Croy, are you going to comment on any of this?
No, ma'am.
Well, you know I'm going to be odd man out, and I have no problem doing that because I feel 6 months in, this position does not grant me the decision to make a change that has been successful with previous boards. I feel with my background in education, having come 30-some years, coming from Roanoke, working with the that institute or that group has been very positive. My district does not want us to deviate. I understand that. I will vote that conscience because they elected me. And I feel that I'm willing to revisit this in a year. And so my vote would be to stay as we are because we are a new board.
So
And we don't know everything.
we're not taking votes yet, but thank you for sharing.
Well,
Okay.
that's just a statement.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Can I ask a question? What would determine that the SBA has been successful on our board last?
I really enjoyed the conference. Yes, I thought there's some people who were out.
Prior to you, you said that it's been working for our board.
Oh, well, when I was in Roanoke and all the things I did in Roanoke, they were right on target with me. And having a lobbyist as a husband, I know exactly what lobbying is. I know who wins, who loses. I know how hard it is. I know that stress. I know that you have to go with the majority. That's the way life is in voting for things. And so that's why we have delegates. And we have Beth Harney, who even went further with that, to become a president of that group because of that. And I just feel with what we've heard and the people who have been in education for all these years know what they're talking about. And in a year, after I visit that and hopefully maybe go to convention, I'll be ready to make a decision and change. But I think we're jumping on something that we're not ready to jump onto.
I'm hoping that this will bring about the SBA opening it up to choice for each individual and allow, just as we in the school system know that each child does not learn the same way or take in the information, it's nice to have choice.
So, tenured member on the board here, I will also, I've been to several VSBA conferences and trainings now, and I think success is a very, for Goochland, I cannot speak to your Roanoke experience, so please know that that's not what I'm countering. Success is a very soft metric to define as it relates to the relationship with the SBA, so I can't say that there's been success I find it egregious that it has been revealed that the VSBA policy recommendations exceeded the law on Title IX. I think that is a partisan, gross abuse of power, and that is misleading to the boards that they have been entrusted to advise. And given how sensitive that topic is and how important it is to student safety and to protecting women's sports and privacy and every other matter, it is unforgivable. And they have come forward and publicly said, yeah, we went beyond the bounds of the law with their policy recommendation. There's no place for that. And I'm not an attorney, so I don't know when their policies are going beyond that's what we pay them for. Help us do this. And so for that reason alone, they no longer have my trust. They no longer have my support, because I can't in good faith put the names of 2,600 Goochland citizens, 26,000 Goochland citizens on everything they're doing when they have clearly violated that trust. I also recognize and value, in particular, Reverend Allen, if you're listening, you know that I think so much of you, and I respect your opinion greatly. This board, like all public offices, were elected by the people to do the will of the people, not to bring every decision back to the people. We don't go back when we're signing the Apple single source contract and ask the people, do you want us to sign this contract? Do you want us to sign that contract? That's what we've been entrusted to do. Not that public input doesn't matter. That is not the takeaway here. The takeaway is we have been asked to represent them. They chose us. We then therefore need to carry out their will in a variety of different manners, and I think this is representative of that. Ironically, before this conversation was ever tabled, I cannot recall a single time a member of the public talked to me about VSBA in almost 3 years on the board. Not a single time. So this has become a little bit of a political hotbed because you have a new option available to school boards, available in Virginia, and it's another point of division. Oh, there's choice. There must be choice, because choice can mean just difference. And I think the training example you give, because that's been my experience as well, the training has been very logical, concrete, actionable. I could apply what I would learn straight away. But because of Title IX, I can't support an organization that isn't going to conduct itself with integrity.
So you're saying that you don't think they used integrity with Title IX? I know what they did.
Right.
I do. I understand.
So I don't believe the VSBA conducted itself with integrity through that action.
Okay.
It's an abuse of power. It's an abuse of power.
And they only came forward with that
After
information
they were
exposed. And that would be also as well as
that came through lobbying as well.
So Title IX, obviously being a federal regulation,
That's right.
The policies that the VSBA suggested for local member boards to implement exceeded the federal regulation.
How did it exceed?
We can unpack that later. I don't have those details.
I want to say that they gave school boards the notion that
there was no room for
bathrooms when that wasn't a part of the regulation.
I don't know that.
Well, I can share that, and
I'm not challenging. I just don't know that.
But that was for me what solidified my perspective on whether or not I would support continuing as a VSBA member board.
Is that why the formal board always said that we exceed what the Title IX was?
I do not want to speculate on that because my position on this matter was always contrary to the other board, so it would not be appropriate for me to speculate.
Okay, all right.
Any more discussion?
Well, I do have some logistical things.
I don't want to be rude. I'm really a food minister. I'm
Do we want to take a 5-minute recess?
Can we do that, please?
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, we're back from recess. So we've been discussing discussing the action item on the VSBA membership dues. Heard from each board member. Is there something else that would like to share?
Well, I don't know whether there's this discussion or another discussion, maybe in a special meeting, whatever, logistics of like getting board docs, because that has been through the SBA. But do we want to talk about that today, or do we want to do that in a special meeting when we talk about?
So I think that conversation would be contingent upon whatever the vote outcome would be.
Right, yes.
Yes, so I say we table that for now.
Yes, but I do want people to
I'll put it in my parking lot.
But if we, I want people to know that if we do not go with VSBA, arrangements have to be made.
Of course.
Okay. I just
Yeah,
want to make
yeah,
sure
I've got it in my parking lot.
that's okay.
And board docs, I wanna say, we can use it, that's an independent, that's not a VSBA
Just a vendor.
organization.
It's
Okay.
just a vendor.
There is a discount.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. Are there other, because the community has asked for transparency on the rationale for our decisions. So I want to make sure each person feels like that they have been able to voice their rationale and be on the record.
I don't like for them to feel, I don't like to feel like they are giving us their policy and we are thereby rubber stamping.
I think I.
Sure. Very good. Again, it's really important to me that you all feel heard. At this point, hearing no further discussion, I will entertain a motion on the action item before you regarding the VSBA membership dues.
Madam Chair.
Madam Vice Chair.
I move that we do not pay the VSBA dues and therefore leave VSBA.
I second it.
I have a motion and a second to not pay the VSBA dues and to leave membership of the organization. Is there any further? Then therefore, by not paying the dues, it is severance of our membership with VSBA. Is there any further discussion? Diane, I'd like, for transparency of the community, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Moses?
Aye.
Mrs. Robinson?
No.
Ms. Worsing?
Yes.
Ms. Maxwell?
Aye.
Mrs. Allen?
Aye. The ayes have it. The motion carries that Goochland County Public Schools will not pay its VSBA membership dues and therefore sever membership relationship. Okay. The second action item on our agenda therefore becomes null and void because as we are not active members in the VSBA, we would not have a delegate or an alternate. Does everyone understand that? That action item becomes no more. It has been a great day. I know this is a tough note to end on.
Wait, okay. So then are we going to have a special meeting about cell phones?
That is exactly where I was going.
Okay.
I've got my parking lot.
Oh, okay.
Before we have a motion to adjourn, I want to address two parking lot items. We cannot take these in the form of an action item, but I want to table them as things that we need to follow up on. The first one is related to holding a special meeting on cell phone policy in our schools and also contractual arrangements for services such as board docs now that we've severed our VSBA relationship. Diane, is that you I can look to schedule that? Ms. Moses, was there anything other than getting Diane to coordinate that meeting for us that you would like from that? From those parking lot items, other than that's the next step that she would coordinate.
No, that's, but I will bring up, well, we'll talk about it in the check.
Okay.
Yeah, because I want, we need to deal with board docs, policy services.
Yep. So Diane, it sounds like that agenda would include contract for board docs, would include contract for policy services, would include maybe first reading of a cell phone policy so we can get.
It's ready. I sent it to you already.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Would include first reading on cell phone policy so we can give our building and administration teams some more runway. Anything else that Diane should include in the agenda for that special meeting? Because remember, special meetings get quick turnaround. We got to give so much public notice, so we got to get it out there.
Well, okay, so we have how long between now and the regular meeting?
Oh, that's like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regular meeting's August 13th.
coordinate calendars, and also facilities is a big part of that as well.
Are we trying to do this before the next board meeting?
We are.
So you can do second reading on the cell phone?
That and just, it may not be for second reading because we may approve on first reading. We're trying to give admin runway.
Right, but then we also.
And you also close gap on any other services. And I think the public notice is 3 days?
3 days.
Yes. Okay.
I move to adjourn.
Oh, great. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Thank you all so much. This is my favorite day of the year.
Thank y'all.
Scissors.
See you at 2000 Bulldog Way at 4 o'clock for ribbon cutting of the new GES.
With bells.